If you're not feeling it, be honest. I'm dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. And my cup is running low, need you to fill it, please. I remember all those times it was a simple thing. Now I'm here all alone, reminiscing about what we could've been, I'm on the road, drinking, dropping, swerving, I won't crash out. Got 12 on my ass down, still will chase the bag down. Hit the throttle, spaz out. These niggas crashing out, they living but they lashing out. Ain't chasing paper now.
Whoa, I can't crash out. I remember I was broke, I'm getting cash now. These lame-ass niggas talking shit don't make me lash out. She don't make me lash out. Ballin' like I'm Jordan, make it switch. Every time I talk, I'm making hits. Trippin' daily, I feel like the shit. Yeah, I'm going, I can't reminisce.
If you're not feeling it, be honest. I'm dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. And my cup is running low, need you to fill it, please. I remember all those times it was a simple thing. Now I'm here all alone, reminiscing about what we could've been, If you're not feeling it, be honest. Dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. If you're not feeling it, be honest. I'm dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. And my cup is running low, need you to fill it, please. I remember all those times it was a simple thing. Now I'm here all alone, reminiscing about what we could've been, I'm on the road, drinking, dropping, swerving, I won't crash out. Got 12 on my ass down, still will chase the bag down. Hit the throttle, spaz out. These niggas crashing out, they living but they lashing out. Ain't chasing paper now.
Whoa, I can't crash out. I remember I was broke, I'm getting cash now. These lame-ass niggas talking shit don't make me lash out. She don't make me lash out. Ballin' like I'm Jordan, make it switch. Every time I talk, I'm making hits. Trippin' daily, I feel like the shit. Yeah, I'm going, I can't reminisce.
If you're not feeling it, be honest. I'm dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. And my cup is running low, need you to fill it, please. I remember all those times it was a simple thing. Now I'm here all alone, reminiscing about what we could've been, If you're not feeling it, be honest. Dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. If you're not feeling it, be honest. I'm dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. And my cup is running low, need you to fill it, please. I remember all those times it was a simple thing. Now I'm here all alone, reminiscing about what we could've been, I'm on the road, drinking, dropping, swearing I won't crash out. Got 12 on my ass down, still will chase the bag down. Hit the throttle, spaz out. These niggas crashing out, they living but they lashing out. Ain't chasing paper now.
Whoa, I can't crash out. I remember I was broke, I'm getting cash now. These lame-ass niggas talking shit don't make me lash out. Shit don't make me lash out. Ballin' like I'm Jordan, make it switch. Every time I talk, I'm making hits. Tripping daily, I feel like the shit. Yeah, I'm going, I can't reminisce.
If you're not feeling it, be honest. I'm dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. And my cup is running low, need you to fill it, please. I remember all those times it was a simple thing. Now I'm here all alone, reminiscing about what we could've been. If you're not feeling it, be honest. Dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. If you're not feeling it, be honest. I'm dashing in the coupe, I'm going sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. And my cup is running low, need you to fill it, please. I remember all those times it was a simple thing. Now I'm here all alone, reminiscing about what we could've been. I'm on the road, drinking, dropping, swearing I won't crash out. Got 12 on my ass down, still will chase the bag down. Hit the throttle, spaz out. These niggas crashing out.
Yo, what's good with y'all? Welcome back. Welcome to episode 23 of the Poneglyph Podcast, where we decode the world of anime and One Piece, one poneglyph at a time. I'm your host, Jay, aka Milky Way Jay, here with my brother, my co-host, Ja.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, guys.
Welcome back. And man, it's a great day to be a One Piece fan. May I start out? It's a great day to be a One Piece fan. We got the anime back after 3 months. Those 3 months really flew by.
Yeah, they did.
So we're back. We got episode 1156 today, so that will be exciting. And if y'all know, we got some great manga chapters as well. So in today's episode, we will be covering anime world news, of course. At first, just breaking down some of the recent things that's been happening in the anime community. Then we will dive into our Tales of the New World segment, which we haven't had in a while. We will be live reacting to episode 1156. And then our Manga Mania, we will be wrapping up the episode with our Manga Mania segment, where we will be reviewing the past 2 chapters from last week and this week, 1178 and 1179. Those were pretty 2 big chapters in terms of a story, and got a lot to talk about when we get there. But nonetheless, leave a like if y'all are here with us live. If y'all are catching us on the VOD, hit that like button as well. If y'all are new, subscribe to the channel, show us some love. And if y'all are catching us on audio platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon, wherever y'all are listening to us on the go, we appreciate y'all, and we don't forget about y'all as well. So give us a 5-star rating and leave a good review for us out there. Help us reach other like-minded people. And man, Ja, what you thinking about today? We got a lot to talk about.
Hey, I'm just happy to be here. Happy to be alive. Happy Easter to everybody who celebrates.
Yes.
He has risen today in Jesus' name.
Happy Easter.
Or whatever religion you follow. Hey, happy Easter. Go pick some eggs.
Have some fun, spend time with family.
Definitely. But yeah, it's a hell of a One Piece day. So yes. I'm just ready to cover everything.
For sure.
Man, these past 2 chapters, it's really, when Oda said we're in the final saga, we're here. We're here.
It's here.
So other than that, I'm ready, man. Let's do this shit.
So let's dive right into our first segment of the day, Anime World News. Just a disclaimer before we get into everything. There's no time limit or, time frame for this episode today. We obviously got a lot to talk about. This is our first week back with the episode in a while. So we're gonna, as long as it is, it's just, enjoy the episode, enjoy the show. If y'all gotta pause, take a break, come back. Hey, we're just gonna talk anime and we're gonna talk One Piece. We got a lot to talk about, so let's dive straight into it. First things first. So we got some nominees for the Anime of the Year at the Crunchyroll Anime Awards of 2026. Dandadan Season 2, My Hero Academia Final Season, The Apothecary Diaries.
I see it on Crunchyroll.
Okay. Gotcha Kuta, Takopi's Original Sin, and The Summer Hikaru Died.
Yeah, I've heard about that one too.
Some believe that Solo Leveling deserves to be nominated as well, but it has been left off the list.
That was last year.
Yeah. I'm not mad at the nominees. I haven't seen the Apothecary Diaries, and I haven't seen Takopi's Original Sin or The Summer Hikaru Died. I've just seen My Hero, Dandadan, Gotcha Kuta myself. Those are 3 pretty strong hitters in my opinion.
For sure. Yeah. The fandom really likes how they wrapped up My Hero, it seems.
Yeah. I was just about to say I think those are probably going to be that's probably going to be the favorite to win it, just because it wrapped it up. It was a strong show, and it's probably the biggest name. Well, it's definitely the biggest name on the list. So, and because it's the final season, I think it has that edge of why might win it. But hey, I know I've heard great things about the shows I haven't watched, and the ones I have, they all have a strong case. So it all depends on voting, I guess.
Yeah, I might tune into that this year.
Yeah, My Hero,
the award show. The award show.
Oh, okay.
My Hero. Yeah,
I tried. No, I'm playing.
Yeah.
But yeah. I know. I think it was last year. It was either last year or the year before. I was watching some people react to it live, like they were on Twitch, just live reacting. And
hey, we might have to bring it on the pod then. A little segment.
Figure out what night it is. See if we're free.
Facts.
Yeah, stay tuned for that. All right. Speaking of Solo Leveling, with almost 1 million ratings, Solo Leveling is currently the most rated anime on Crunchyroll with over 960,000 ratings, beating One Piece, Demon Slayer, JJK, and Attack on Titan.
The upvotes are going crazy, huh?
Yeah, for real. I mean, I don't know if it's just
One Piece went on.
counting everything,
Mhm.
but like in terms of negative reviews and positive, but regardless, engagement.
Yeah, W engagement.
Give me
It's
2 seconds.
definitely you're good. Definitely one of the an engaging anime. Besides the depth of the other characters, but it
Hey,
One Piece went on hiatus. So yeah, you got you. One Piece went on hiatus, so there also goes some of the votes. I'm gonna pull up these notes real quick. One Piece cast Yuichi Nakamaru as Loki. He's also the VA or voice actor for Gojo. He always ends up voicing some of the strongest characters. Yeah, that when hearing about the voice actor that does JJK, Gojo from JJK, and then now him in One Piece, and I know he does some more shows. His voice acting skills are so good that I don't even recognize like he's the same person in all these different shows. Like he can really put on a good character when it comes to it, in my opinion. But yeah, we'll get back on that yeah. But yeah, just to touch on the last point a little bit more. 960 ratings for solo leveling is kind of crazy. It's probably I really highly believe it's because of the hiatus. Because like, come on, if One Piece is still coming out, we all know that One Piece is still getting all that love. I'm just gonna jump down the list because, yeah, Black Clover season 2 confirmed that for October 26th. The English voice actor for Charlotte recently clarified new details regarding the anime's return. She initially mentioned at a convention that the series would premiere in April, but has now corrected that information, confirming Black Clover season 2 is set for October this year. That is hype. I recently just caught up on Black Clover this year, probably like a month or two ago. It was a swell watch. I kind of slowed down towards the end, but I busted it out. I did not expect the season to end like that. Not to keep it spoiler free. Vengeance and dang, the black boy was what's his name? The Black Bulls captain. I don't know why Megami is coming to my head. Yami Sukihiro. Yeah. I didn't expect that to go out like that. That was like, I don't know, they're kind of extend like that changes that brings up a whole new objective now. Thinking that the enemy that they had to fight was leaning towards the end of the show. I thought he was going to be the big bad, and it seems like another big bad has appeared in a different scenario. Now, new stakes are on the line and stuff along that line. Sorry, I just got a text. But yeah, we're going to jump to the next one. We'll touch back on these when James returns, but we'll get the news out there for now. Some viewers are questioning why Invincible doesn't look as visually refined as JJK, even though reportedly has a significantly bigger budget. JJK reportedly spends $150K per episode, with Invincible around 2.5 million an episode. I know that Invincible Studios is probably based out of like Amazon and all that, because I think it's only on there. So, and we all know who Amazon is. They got the big bucks for producing, whether it be your packages or a show. And I feel like the art style that Invincible has is meant like it's purposely like that. I don't think I've only watched like the first couple episodes of season 1, but I thought that was like the whole thing about the show. I understand why, spending that much per episode, why they would want a little bit more from the animation side of things, but I really think the animation fits the show. It's kind of like a niche looking anime, but not really. But JJK season 3 though, I'm sad it ended there. I didn't realize it was ending there until probably like 2 days after I watched the final episode. And boy, oh boy, they did their thing this season. The Culling Games explanation is probably the toughest thing by far to keep up with. I'm interested in reading the manga and see if I can get a better grip on the whole situation. For the most part, I kind of understand the game. I kind of get lost in the parts where the what are they called? Like the different sectors of the areas that everybody's fighting in. Like there's certain rules that needed to be changed so certain people could get to certain areas. And then once the Culling game is over, we don't know how it's gonna end. Well, I guess the anime, you manga readers know, but I wouldn't know as an anime only. But yeah, JJK season 3 was a hell of a W for me this year. I just can't wait till more. I believe they have the movie coming out later this year. I'm stoked for that. But yeah, we're gonna move on. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Season 4 officially premiered as a couple days ago. The new season is set to run for 60 episodes split across 5 cores. That is music to my ears. I caught up to Slime probably around 2 years ago, and I think I missed like a drop of some more episodes between there and here and there. So right now I'm not caught up, but I'm definitely been watching a couple episodes here and there. I love the world building in that show. I'm a big world builder. Like that's why me and One Piece, I just fell in love with One Piece really. But I love that universe as well. But run for 60 more episodes. How can you complain about that? Honestly, Slime is definitely a top 10 anime for me. Possibly top 5, debatably. So any more of that for me, I'm eating all that up. What else we got here? Sorry guys, I know you're not used to me going over the anime world news or doing this podcast alone, but something has arisen and I have to take over. Oda shared that his casting decisions for the One Piece live action are largely based on instinct rather than strict criteria. Wow. I'll pause here. There's more to it. So from what I've seen, there's been tweaks to the show that didn't happen in the anime, but to keep people intrigued. I feel they have aligned paths a little bit differently, and knowing that Oda is working with the studio producing the live action, I'm mixed feelings about it in certain ways because it's not the original experience of the anime. How I feel like you should, if you really want to watch One Piece and get it as a whole, you should start with the anime. But but it is still as long as Oda's working on it and he agrees with the way that everything is going, the story's being told, I guess you can't be too mad. But to finish off this point, according to Oda, he has reviews, photos, and audition tapes from actors, but does not meet them in person for the selection process. What matters to him the most is whether something in the character's core presence matches the characters and from the show, which is pretty cool. I have nagged the studio and the casting about that show, so to know that Oda's really rather seeing something in someone rather than their rap sheet and their qualifications and a strict criteria based on, you know, their acting skills and something like that, it does make you feel better. It kind of warms the heart, like, you know, Oda's got his hand over your shoulder and he's, you know, taking care of and making it mean how much the anime means to me, at least me as a viewer. But yeah. That really sums up most of the anime news. I was expecting him to have returned a little bit, but we have some extra time today, so we're just gonna make the best of it. I do want to get on here and chat about some possible segments to come. It might be a little tough trying to fit in everything in because we did just receive the anime back, which I'm so stoked about. Another 12 weeks of peakness, and from the trailers and everything you've seen of One Piece coming out and everything, how can you complain? We do have some segments that I want to add but I'll go down the line. One segment we have yet to introduce that we're working on is like a tic-tac-toe type of bingo board, which involves taking you guys and me and James' thoughts and theories of what's to come in the future for the next episode, just food for thought and, you know, building theories and trying to guess and see if what we want in One Piece will come true. I don't know. It's kind of cool being right every time a theory gets out, or you come up with a theory yourself and it comes through true in the show. That's always like a great feeling. We are also interested in reacting to some anime / One Piece other content, as in like theories and funny community people, to just see, you know, stay in tune with smaller creators and see who else enjoys you know, One Piece or other anime content, specifically like viral or not necessarily viral. They all don't have to all be viral or anything, but just to be more in tune with the community, as you know, and be personable and joke and stuff like that. Good One Piece memes and anime memes. There is a good community out there of funny anime content, so we'd like to also introduce that onto the show. Um, I was expecting James to be back, Mikue. Well, I don't have control of the screen, so I can't proceed. If you're here with us, you know, I know this is not the greatest moment right now. I wanted to just give thanks to everybody who listens to us as often as we post. I know we have been a little inconsistent due to the new work schedules and everything, but more so of me. I started a new job or whatever, but in the future, the schedule is about to change as well, which complements being able to go live for you guys and keep covering all this content. But if you made it this far, I appreciate everybody. And if you guys are tuned in on whatever platform you listen to us, whether it be live or not live, days later, weeks later, whenever you find us, I just greatly appreciate it. And I can't wait to see what the future holds with this channel. And me and Jay would like to take this pretty far as long as it goes. As long as everybody's entertained. We do both really enjoy. We have these long talks throughout the weeks anyway, and this is like a perfect way to just collab on thoughts on, you know, just similar things that we like and are entertained by in passing time, you know. I do want to show off my new poster. My little sister got me a Straw Hat Luffy Gear 5 poster. The tape wasn't sticking all too well, so I gotta retape that. But ever so thankful. I am very interested in getting some more merch, One Piece merch. I need some clothes. And I might go kind of crazy with some more posters now that I got this one. Yeah. I can't wait to see what this episode has in store for us. Now, there's so much that goes on between leaving Egghead and arriving at in ELBAPH and the first couple moments in ELBAPH to the first conflicts. So, and you know, they had more than plenty of time to do what they needed to do within the time they, you know, gave us. So I know this is just going to be complete cinema, absolute cinema. Um, yeah. My One Piece rewatch is going pretty well. I'm currently in. I just finished up Jaya. Uh, I gained a new respect level and liking for Enel. At first, during my first watch, I can't lie, I wasn't really a fan of him as a villain. Like, he was a bit of a pest. Like, I like, just like he was a great villain for the arc, but overall, I felt like he was just a pest, and I was just annoyed with the fact of what he was doing to the island and how he was. But overall, seeing him again, I do kind of respect him more. Um, especially, I feel like he has a huge foreshadowing presence to what's to come in the rest of the show. So I also gained some respect in that sense as well. And his dialogue, I really, second time around, hearing how he speaks and choice of words, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. I can't lie. In the grand scheme, I'm not sure if he would be able to return, but it would be interesting to see him return in any sense. Maybe for the final battle, or which is unlikely, I feel. But that's that. I know it's been a minute since you guys have seen Snow on the pod. Um, I'm not sure where he's at in his current watch, but I'm very interested. I haven't talked to him in a couple weeks, maybe, but I'm very interested to see if he is kept up with his watch and where he is. I really enjoy hearing him talk about the show. He was very stubborn in the beginning before he started, so hearing that he's getting through it. The last I heard, he was in Water 7, and that's one of my that's the top arc for any One Piece fan, seriously. So, um, yeah. Oh, my brother's all good. Another note, off topic. I have found a new interest slash love interest. And it's been very nice. Uh, so we plan to uh, watch One Piece, of course. We'll get there though, but there's some more animes that I'll be diving into and have a perspective on. I currently started watching Soul Eater and Black Butler. I'm pretty enjoying both of them. The Black Butler dude kind of reminds me of, um, I believe it's the Demon Lord that from that time I was created. That time I got reincarnated by slime. Um, he's like one of Rimaru's henchmen. He wears a suit. He has like almost red in his eyes. I forget where he originally came from, but I believe he was a demon lord or something of that sort. I need a refresher, but that dude from Black Butler kind of reminds me of him. Soul Eater. I had no clue that people or I didn't understand the dynamic of the show. But it is cool. There's like it usually in duos. The it's kind of like it reminds me of Hell's Paradise the way it's set up, kind of looking or collecting and trying to upgrade. Just the whole dynamic duo is just I mess with that for that show. The weapon being the weapon, one being the weapon and one being the user. It's very cool. Yeah. I hope everybody's enjoying their Easter. uh, the art from the new chapter. I'm really impressed. Huge reveal. Oda, I can't lie, Oda's really been in his bag these past two episodes or past two chapters. In my opinion, and just his writing alone, or his art alone in these. I don't know, it's so tough. I can't wait to go over this. It sucks that next week is break week. I'm ready for another chapter, another 3. I am very interested to go see what the rest of the world or the details are that is going around in the Holy Land. I'm so interested. Oh, and around the rest of the One Piece world. The other crews and the Revs and potentially some villains. What are they up to right now? Is my boy Dofi ever gonna get out? Who was that frozen guy in Impel Down? Yeah. Was it Shiki? No. There is a we've yet to go over that SBS from a couple weeks ago. I think it's a great time to pull it up right now. Volume 114. Boy, what? I'm trying to pull it up. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. So So just to start off, we have a reader question / request. Hello, Oda Sensei. About Captain John and Gansui of the Rocks Pirates. Aren't they the previous users of the Jiki Jiki no Mi, Kid's fruit, and the Bamu Bamu no Mi, Mr. Five's fruit? But their usage was a bit different. Is Gilbath Star the previous Horo Horo no Mi, Perona's devil fruit? Did this person use negative hollows? Oda with his answer. That's right, they are all previous users and are all already dead. These three appeared once as general zombies during the Thriller Bark arc, but well, it doesn't really matter. There isn't a fixed way to use an ability. The user's personality comes out. Since Gansui has thick fingers, he couldn't pick his nose to make bombs like Mr. Five now. Now time is up. That's it for the SVFs. Luffy doesn't appear at all in this volume, but he'll go wild in the next one. See you in the next one. Another question. Are there any standards, activities, or games that Luffy and the crew played during their parties? Oda says, there are plenty. Once Brooks gets into swinging things, he immediately starts playing piano or violin. Frankie joins in on the guitar, and then the singing and chorus begins. There's the classic chopsticks in the nose, Loach dance, and Usopp quiz. Usopp boards are handed out. Oh, so during this SBS, a quiz got handed out. And there. Oh wow. Arm wrestling, board games, Jenga, weapon darts, sword, axes, knives, drinking contests, speed, eating contests, djembe, dice gambling, blindfolded, plank, walking, sumo, Usopp's imitation show, etc. The standard thing above all is probably singing. Yeah, I kind of read that wrong, but on to the next. Odachi reader request. Does the captain of the Kuja pirates always have to become Empress of Amazon Lily? It's actually the other way around, Oda says. First, there's a saying in Amazon Lily. In this country, strength is beauty, and the strongest and most beautiful person wins the throne as Empress. Simultaneously, they also serve as the captain of the Kuja pirates. With the story of Shakiyaku, if you're anime only, I would close your ears and come back in 5 minutes possibly for this next part. Who successfully escaped the celestial dragons being depicted in this volume. I feel like we could start to see why Hancock and her sisters, who were candidates for the Empress position, were targeted and enslaved by someone. Not that it matters, though. The reader also asks and says, young Glorioso was depicted wearing the same snake earrings as Hancock. Also, it seems Shakuyaku and Tritoma wore different accessories before becoming captain, but wore the snake earrings after. Is it a rule that the captain of the Kuja pirate wear those earrings through different generations? Oda says, just like the previous question, being empress comes first. Think of them like a crown that is passed down to each empress. After they step down, they are free to keep wearing them or take them off. Another question. Is the Kozuki Moria seen in chapter 1158 cover page actually Gecko Moria? I bet you would have. It's kind of cut off on the screen. I can't read the little bit. I bet you would have received a mountain of questions about this. But please tell us, Odachi. P.N. Waka-kun. I don't know what that means. That's right. I actually tried. Oda says. That's right. I actually tried to reveal this during the Wano arc, but I couldn't find the right opening to fit it based on the information I've given you all so far. Moria was described like this. Once he fought with Kaido, after his entire crew was killed and he developed a personality that relies on others, he possessed the corpse of the legendary samurai Ryuma and the famous sword Shishui. From those points, you might have imagined he had been to Wano before, but what I really want to share the reason for his fight against Kaido. When Moria was a young boy, he drifted ashore in Wano. The people in Ringo region took him in warm because they cherished him and gave him the name Kozuki in honor of his strength. Moria, who had already set out to sea as a pirate, returned to fight Kaido in an attempt to save the people of Wano from his attack. However, he was defeated. After his loss, Moria felt so ashamed that he left Wano without saying a word. The people assumed he died in battle and built a grave for him. Since I cut him from the main story, I just need it's just a need to know bit of trivia. All right. And yeah, we got some more questions. The reader says, "Hello, Oda Sensei. You've mentioned that the Denden Mushi don't mind being captured by humans because they get fed. Does that mean that the Denden Mushi kept by the Straw Hat crew gets to eat delicious meals made by Sanji? I'd love to know the details of the crew, of how the crew takes care of their Denden Mushi." Oda says, "Right. Well, first of all, on the Sunny, there is one long-distance Denden Mushi. Additionally, five members, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Robin, and Frankie, carry baby Denden Mushis short distance, which they sometimes lend to each other. Basically, as long as they have water, Denden Mushi can survive for about 3 months without food. However, since communicating via thought waves uses a lot of energy, it begins to give them." It's cut off as well again. Sorry, guys. Where was I? But yeah, they get leftovers from the crew's use. They are let loose in places like Robin's flower bed or Nami's tangerine grove on the upper deck of the Sunny. They are perfectly happy if you occasionally give them their favorites like cabbage or lettuce. Apparently, on days when they get sprinkled with water from a watering can, they can get so excited that their signal can reach all the way to the other side of the world. That's cool.
One second.
What's up, man?
I'm back.
You good? Another reader question. Why is Stussy's bat fruit the bato no mi spelled with a it's cut off. Sorry guys.
Yo, oh, real quick, why you say that? I completely apologize. There was like a crazy slight emergency. Everything's handled now, but it just came up out of nowhere. I had to go handle it. Like it couldn't be, pushed aside.
Good. Yeah.
But yeah, good, I felt bad the whole time, but at the same time, like I needed to lock in and handle that. And I'm back now.
Yeah, I covered the anime news, the rest of the anime news.
Okay, bet. Appreciate it.
Talked about some other stuff, and I was just catching up on that SBS that we forgot to.
Oh, okay, bet.
Yeah,
good looks. But let me see if I had any like super important thoughts. Oh,
just
one thought I had. I'm not gonna go through all the.
Just go quick.
Okay, yeah. We'll speed list.
Quick thoughts, yeah.
Solo leveling, a lot of ratings. Like, hey, that engagement is crazy. Especially they got a lot of stuff, still coming out with solo leveling in the future. So only expected to go up from here. Oda talking about his casting for the One Piece live action. I really wanted to talk to you about that, just because I know you've had your concerns with some of the casting and stuff. And I've said after watching the first two seasons, I do think that they've done a pretty decent job. And but just Oda having a hands-on, he had a hands-on process with the whole show, but having a hands-on with the selection of some of the characters,
a little more heartwarming and securing.
Yeah.
And
I think once you give the show like a full chance to like watch it all the way through, I think you'll see that, okay, like some of these characters do like, okay, yeah, the looks may be here and there sometimes, which I feel like they do have a good human representation of some of these characters, but
for sure
their personalities and stuff kind of embody how you would expect a human to act with, the personalities that we're seeing on panel and on screen. So I trust in that he's going to continue to have a good hand selection in some of these characters and casting.
Yeah.
JJK spending $150,000 per episode, where Invincible puts $2.5 million into each episode approximately. Crazy to me. Mainly because, I watch them both. I think they both come out on Thursdays every week. I've been watching them both weekly, and there's been a few times, even before I seen this news report, there was a few times where I'm watching Invincible and I'm just like, yo, what's up with this animation? Like, it just looks choppy sometimes. Sometimes it's just very stale. Like, it's a good story, good action, but like, I'm just watching it with a different lens now, and I'm just kind of like, for as big as this show, as big as this comic is, I don't feel like the animators are really putting their all into it. And then seeing the approximate of how much is being spent on each episode, it's just like, yo, what are y'all spending y'all money on? Like, are y'all just paying the voice actors that much? Like, what's going on?
And they have like a bit of like a niche animation style, which is like I haven't seen much other like it. Like, it's pretty. I
feel like it's my if I had to put like a label on their style of animation, it would be kind of like modern I don't know, like modern comic book style type animation, because it gives me like feel of like an old DC like Batman, but it's still kind of modern in terms of like advanced technology that we have in 2026 that I don't really feel like I get from like any other of the superhero animated shows that drop anymore. But compared to anime, it's honestly not that good.
Yeah.
Like really, like I said, sometimes I'll sit there if like, because I know like 3 or 4 of my shows drop on the same day, so I'll usually watch those episodes in one sitting and something. And like recently, now that Invincible's been dropping the past like 3-4 weeks, I'm like, yo, compared to like some of these other shows that I'm watching, which Amazon Prime as a whole, Prime Video, they're not the best in terms of like their animation studios. I've just come to an exception of that, but it is what it is. Everything else I didn't really need to talk about. Black Clover confirmed for later this year is exciting.
Charlotte.
Obviously we know there's a lot of Charlotte is actually the same voice actor of Luffy in the English.
No way.
Mm-hmm. Charlotte's Luffy's English voice actor. But, yeah. So
what? That blew me just now. I messed with Charlotte heavy too.
Yeah, me too. I thought I added it in there because I seen it on this article that I was writing, but I guess I forgot to add it in there. But
she could be like the main character type shit.
But yeah, we got a jam-packed year with a lot of anime coming out. So, you know, it'll definitely fill that gap, just like kind of these 3 months blitz for One Piece. Now that we're back for Black Clover as well later this year, it'll come in no time, and we'll have a great little show to talk about. We back. But yes, again, sorry for my disappearance there. I know I took a little chunk of the pot. I'm sitting there like the whole time my palms are sweating because I'm like, bro, I gotta get back, bro.
All good, man.
But yeah. Shoot, without further ado, you ready to get into this episode, man?
Wow, look at ELBAPH on Crunchyroll. Wow.
Look at ELBAPH on Crunchyroll, bro. Look at Shanks on the thumbnail, man.
Heck yeah, man.
If y'all are with us on audio platforms, we apologize that, well, if y'all aren't familiar with us, when we do our live reactions of the episodes, we do have to keep the volume down, and because of copyright purposes. So because of that, we will be having it lightly on screen. Now we're not having a full watch party or anything. We still have to protect our copyright rules, but we do have it on screen, and we will try to give as much commentary as possible without ruining the episode, because this is our true first live reaction to the episode. So for future reference, hopefully y'all can come with the episode already watched, and if y'all are watching with us, just kind of maybe watch it on your own separate device with us, maybe, just to have a little bit of a better immersive experience. But yeah, go ahead.
Did you hear about that? Wait, I think we addressed it. There's like the lawsuit with Crunchyroll now. People are like,
hey, I seen something say people could be getting as much as
25
bands per person.
Yeah.
I seen a lot of people are like, there's people rushing to sign up to Crunchyroll to like try and be a part of the lawsuit. I'm like, nah, I think it's too late for that.
OG members.
I've been paying faithfully since like So you could probably check my stats on my Crunchyroll. Probably like 2013. Probably like
Damn.
2013. Yeah, 20. Maybe like 2015, 2016. But yeah, I have not gotten rid of Crunchyroll since I got it. It's still like my oldest email ever on that
Hell
joint.
yeah.
But let's dive into it. 1156, the
We're
long
so
sought
back.
ELBAPH, the big reunion banquet. After leaving Egghead, the Straw Hats and the giant pirate crew celebrate their reunion with a big banquet. Yeah, exciting. I obviously, in the world news, we talked about Loki's voice actor being Gojo and stuff. Obviously, if y'all read the manga, don't expect to meet Loki this chapter or this episode or anything. But that's something to look forward to coming soon. I really don't even know whether to expect. Well, I hope they. Why am I yapping? This is what.
Oh man, we're back. Oh man. Look at the Mary. So far, so smooth. Which is clean.
Man, we back, y'all.
They did give Luffy that nasty hat though.
You seen Luffy's voice actor? She was like, she hopes to live another 10 years. She's gonna try her best to live another 10 years. Just like so she could see the ending of One Piece. She said she's gonna try to hold off, similar to Goku's voice actor. But it was a little
She's up there in age.
I don't know. I would have to look, and maybe we'll talk about it next world news.
W narrator.
The water looks a little bit better.
Yeah, it does. It's smooth.
Yeah.
He's going on a tear.
Them boys just running the
They,
fade.
they kept running it, bro. They broke. Dang.
100 years.
A little bit more, I believe.
Feel like 102.
Uh-oh. Yeah. You saw that hat he had on, bro.
You said what?
You saw that hat he had on, man. It's coming. Another reveal is coming.
Uh-oh.
Now I can send you all the memes for the new chapter. Thank God, finally.
Yeah, I know. It's I was trying so hard. I pretty much. I don't want to. We'll talk about it when we get there.
Mm. Uh-oh. Sanji looking clean, I can't lie.
Damn, had to ruin it.
Yeah.
Ruin.
Ta-da. Chopper, you not. Ah.
Hit us.
All he had to say.
He was ready.
Drop the glasses.
On go.
Yes, sir.
He said, "What you think that time skip was for, man? I came to play."
Uh-oh,
Okay.
One Piece musical.
Mm. 5-0. Okay.
Uh-oh. I like that transition.
Oh man.
Causing havoc. Merch.
That boy trying to sell Straw Hat merch.
I wonder who all knows Shank. That used to be Shanks'
Right.
Never thought about that.
But you also gotta like Hanks really started turning up and like became a Yonko level like after the fact.
After that, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, only a few people that really knew it. Like Buggy said it like off the rip. He said, that hat reminds me of the one Red Hair used to wear and stuff like that. But like, damn, now that I think about it, not a lot of people might not know that.
Just dragging it, bro. Good. Barry couldn't save him. They did that so clean. They did that shit so clean.
The sound effect too, bruh.
Yo, these transitions are gonna change the show, bro. Mm. Ah, man, they snapped, bro.
That's why we mess with Barto, man.
That was real.
Man, Barto's so real though. He stand 10 toes on what he do though.
Why they make his eye red like that?
You said what?
Why they make his eye red like that? I need this meme. Oh shit! It was wine. They even got orange trees on their shit.
Head ass.
Uh-oh. Said that too loud.
My God, Shanks.
Uh-oh. They got Chopper on the back. I got a Chopper in the car.
I love my chopper and my chopper love me. No.
Dang.
Yeah, I saw.
Get. Woo!
Oh, they snapped. They snapped. Nah, so far in halfway through the episode, bruh. Ain't they back? They went in the lab, bro. They went in the lab for sure. They doing their thing. That was cold too.
Damn. Uh-oh.
Little foresight.
Nah, they're cooking. I wonder if that certain bar is still on that island.
That'll be interesting.
Bro, they're gonna make you know who so good, bro.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to get too much into it, but like, I'll save it for the end. I'll save it for the end, actually, as a final review. But it's piggybacking off of what you just mentioned. But I'm not gonna say no names, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, he came back crashing out for real. Bro got band-aids on and shit.
He got a bunch of crash outs, turn, a bunch of YNs.
Ha ha ha. They snapped, bro. I'm loving this. I can't not lie. So nonchalant.
He mad because he let Moria leave. I forgot. I low key like just made the connection. Well, like since I just watched Wano, at the beginning of Wano, Moria pulled up looking for what's his name's fruit, Absolute. And then, yeah, and then the invisible fruit, and then that's when he had got captured because Katarina Devon already killed him and stole his well, she took his ability and stuff.
Alarm rip. I'm ready to see this angle again in the manga. I know he's up to something. Oh god. What does he know, man?
You know, he knows enough, man.
Oh, some modernism.
Collect, gotcha.
Nah, this came out on purpose, bro.
Yeah, man.
There's like no way around it. Master on. Man, this is aligning too hard, bro. We gotta see something soon. Uh-oh. Yeah. tight.
It's funny because he's like, I'm in Wano, I'm in Udon, and Caribou's there too. I'm just like, everything's just like tying into all this. And he's doing the same thing to Luffy right now.
No, no.
Hmm. I know exactly how this episode going to end.
Everybody's upset. Golly.
Robin, like, she always thinks the worst case scenario.
People do not like her new design.
You say you didn't?
I said people don't. She got notified.
Nerfed. Okay, we're back. Damn, man, 11:56. Give me your thoughts. Rating,
Bro.
thoughts.
Rating Admiral. I don't care.
Okay.
I am loving those transitions where everything, even the midpoint of the episode, that was fire.
Mhm.
They really took their time and put in the work for these episodes, bro. They're so smooth. They're so smooth.
Yeah, and this is just
I hate
this is just this.
Yeah, what, bro? Wait till a fight comes, bro. I'm blowing out the water about this.
Yeah, man. That was good.
That was great.
So you're giving
They
it
did
an
give
Admiral?
Luffy, yeah, Admiral, bro. They did give Luffy that fat hat, the fat straw hat. I hate the fat puffy straw hat like that, but it's all right. I'll let it slide.
Yeah, man. I'm giving it Admiral as well. I had pretty much had the same thoughts of you. I'm not as picky with like the straw hat and stuff, but overall, I do feel like they've taken their time with this animation. They really, what we seen towards the end of the last arc and stuff, and what they were really trying to push that I feel like me and Ja both didn't like. I feel like they really polished that up and correlated like the new style of animation that they've been trying to do, and I think it came together really well. Everything looks smooth. The only reason I'm giving it an Admiral is just because, like, you know, it was just a couple updates here and there. We didn't get too much of anything. Like, obviously, we haven't reached ELBAPH or anything, which I expected. I expected it to end here with this episode. The pacing has not changed from, you know, how it was before. But at the end of the day, there was not a part of that episode where I'm just like, this is slow. I felt like everything transitioned great. Captured every scene pretty well, you know, because that's what I do appreciate, you know, being able to watch the show And like if I'm swiping along with the manga, like actually see it played out instead of just scene to scene as is panel to panel. So seeing it fleshed out a little bit more, like for instance, in the manga, the scene with Bardo and Shanks, you know, Shanks and them dip pretty quick after Bardo drinks the thing. But it kind of gave the scene of him like being dramatic and the crew still sitting there looking at him and stuff and everything. Like we don't really see that in the manga. We just see like, oh, he drinks it, he's dramatic, and then it pans out to everybody and they're gone. And it's just them. So we kind of seen that a little bit more like, okay, they sat there, they watched him drink it, they watched him have his little episode and then dipped. Just little stuff like that, like throughout the whole episode. I enjoyed that it was fleshed out. The whole moment on Pirate Island with Teach and crew.
I think that was good. That was so fluid, and
yeah,
I love that.
Yeah,
they did great on that.
And like you were saying, like for what to come, and you know, certain people and
it's gonna be crazy.
They're gonna snap. Everything looked really good. I do say this animation kind of fits what they like. I think it'll look really good with Gear 5. I feel like it's kind of built around Gear 5 and like just the way, like how fluid it is.
Like lively, yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like it kind of fits like just I feel like they had that in mind when they were animating like this.
And I even want to compare it right now. One Piece is on the same stage as the JJK. That JJK season was phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's comp. Now we're getting to the nitty gritty. This is comp right now.
Yeah, because imagine like let's just say Zoro versus King with like this style. Like yeah, we're getting there to where it's like, you know, peak animation, choreography, all that. So I'm excited to see what ELBAPH has to come, like, you know, on screen and stuff. We've been reading for a while now, and you know, now we're finally here with animation. And it's funny because by the time me and you started reading the manga, they were already in ELBAPH, but we started reading while in Egghead. Like we were still watching Egghead. Then we started reading Egghead. We were like, yo, the ending of Egghead is crazy. Then we started getting into this next arc, and we're just like, yo, this is crazy. So like, now that we're actually here in the anime, man, like the first 5 minutes of reacting, I'm pretty sure I had a big smile on my face. Like I'm just sitting here. I forgot to talk for a little bit because I'm just sitting here like, damn, we're back. I've been rewatching, you know, in the hiatus. I started before we even got on hiatus, I think, rewatching. But I've been rewatching and stuff, and so I've still been getting my fair share of One Piece. But now that we're here in ELBAPH, exciting, man.
Yeah. Man, this is like the beginning of ELBAPH. I want to say, like, I forgot my thought. I'm not gonna lie.
All good. It'll come back to you. But did you have any final thoughts on just the episode and everything?
Nah, I loved it. Did I say Admiral? I meant Yonko.
Yeah, I said Admiral. I'm thinking I'm still keeping mine at Admiral.
Okay.
Just because, like, everything. It was a Yonko quality. The only reason I'm bumping it down to an Admiral is because, like, you know, it was just a update, like,
Bros.
Yeah. But in terms, it was great. I love seeing Shanks. I love seeing Blackbeard. Seeing all that stuff happen. You know, honestly, both. Like seeing those two Yonko crews and then like how they was moving just then, both had aura, you know, even though we're not big Blackbeard fans over here, but like Blackbeard had some aura to him, like for
no,
sure.
that was Yeah,
For
I can
sure.
only wish for what's to come and only imagine.
Hmm.
From the start of ELBAPH to where we are in the manga, I just want to say this chapter for anime only, the reveals are gonna go down.
Hmm.
There's so many reveals to come, and we're just at the beginning. So
Knocking at
it's
the
gonna be
front
so
door.
much hype. Yeah, I can't wait.
Very, very, very excited for all of that. Um, but yeah, y'all let us know what y'all thoughts on the most recent episode, 1156, the long sought ELBAPH, the big reunion banquet. But I promise y'all, next episode we will be on ELBAPH art in ELBAPH Island. So, moving forward, expect greatness. I'm excited.
Yeah,
But yeah,
stoked.
that'll wrap up our Tales from the New World segment. And last but not least, we will be diving into our Manga Mania segment,
Yes,
where
sir.
we will be reviewing the latest chapters. Since we did miss last week's episode, we will be reviewing both chapters 1178 and the chapter that dropped today, 1179, on this segment.
Straight peak.
No cap, no cap. And I definitely did my thing writing out these summaries again because, man, there's a lot to be talked about. There's a lot to be talked about. So,
We going one by one?
yeah, we're going to do the...
Summary talk and then summary talk.
Well, I'm going to do summary. Yeah. I just realized you were separating summary and talk. But yeah, that's how we'll do it. All right. So before I get into my summary, chapter 1178, Waking from a Nightmare, we have a reader request as our cover page, and we have Kid being chased by a bull charging at his cape by Anaquanat. Did you have any initial thoughts on this cover page, cover art?
Yes, sir. This is kind of a reach. It might be a reach. This is enough for me to believe that Kid would be introduced back into the story somewhere, some way or another. I want to add there's something that, I'm still holding the narrative. There's something there with Kid and his hair that ties into the story and where he's from. I'm still pushing that agenda. And yeah. Oh, and the bull is Kid's representation of animal stated in an SBS by Oda.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Interesting. I didn't really have too much. I neither hate or love Kid. I dislike how his character was portrayed, as a rival of Luffy, and I never really saw the rivalry besides like the little moments here and there between them. They had some Sanji and Zoro like moments, but overall, I never really truly felt like Kid was on an equal or rivaled Luffy in terms of strength or anything. That's the only, downside I did have about Kid as a character. I did see the community, talking a lot about this potentially being a sign of his return. I neither care nor don't care. I more so want Law to have more of a significant role moving forward. I just don't really know how Kid's character would tie into everything. Just because, like, if his whole crew and fleet or whatever is wiped out, I don't really know, if him alone, or let's just say him and Killer both survive, what would their role be? Would they have to start from scratch? Would they just join another crew? Would they try to be, holy knights? What would happen? So,
Imagine.
that's why I'm just like on the fence. It would have to really make sense for me and really have to tie together for me to accept it and be okay with the return of Kid. And that may also just be because like I am a big Shanks fan, so it's just like I want my dog to, be like that to where he's taking out people, he ain't playing. But we'll see. All right, so let me dive into my summary and then we can break down the chapter as a whole.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to it. To begin this chapter, Luffy quickly brings the unconscious Usopp and Brook to the rest of the crew, and after he drops them off, he prepares to rejoin Loki. Frankie asks Luffy if he needs backup, and he says he will call them if he needs their help. But for now, they should keep their distance as Loki is about to go all out. Speaking of, Loki tries to blast Emu with his lightning breath, as Emu mentions how some years ago a ship full of giants was spotted at sea, with their captain being much larger than the rest. They also shrouded themselves in a deep layer of mist while attacking world government affiliated ships. Emu dodges Loki's attack due to their size and continues saying that around the same time, rumors started circulating about a massive flying creature, which they assume was now Loki. Just as Luffy arrives, he sees Emu project themselves from Gunko's body as a shadow creature, much like he did with Saturn in God Valley. Emu tells Luffy and Loki that they wish they would just vanish from the face of the world like rocks did, and stabs them both with their shadowy tendrils to initiate diabolical covenant. Once they have them, they tell them that in exchange for some of their life, they will be granted tremendous strength and be forced to attack one another out of hate. Emu then performs Domi Reversi on both of them. However, it has no effect on either of them, and they shake off their tendrils in annoyance, with Loki demanding to know more about what they said about rocks. Surprisingly, Emu suspected that the two would be immune to their powers, but just as they were about to explain why, Luffy attacks Emu with Gomu no Dawn Gatling, while Loki changes back to his original form and wields Ragnar in his hammer form to freeze Emu and Gunko in a huge block of ice with Niflheim, after which Luffy changes back to normal and exhaustion. All across ELBAPH, the giants are trying to put out the spreading fire, with the Straw Hats and Lilith also helping. While the giants appreciate Loki for dealing with the MMAs and acknowledge their guilt for suspecting Loki for killing Harold, they nevertheless took offense on him for causing even more fires. In the Western Village, meanwhile, Zoro and the rest of the giant warrior pirates managed to turn a majority of the demonized giants back to normal. Zoro prepares to handle the remaining ones just as Chopper arrives and hits them both, which turns them back to normal. Confused, Zoro asks Chopper how he was able to do that, but even Chopper does not fully understand how it was possible. Zoro just leaves it as Chopper being a great doctor, with the other giants concurring. Hajrudin inquires about the current situation, and he is told that there is no more visible enemies. So for now, they just need to put the fires out. Along with confirming if the knights are dead, in the Owl Library, Saul and Robin are shocked to see that every book is missing, not burned up at all. On top of that, Biblo is missing too, with Robin hoping that he took all the books out before the fire can destroy them. However, that raises the question as to where Biblo is now. Back outside, Sanji comments on how they were able to get control of the situation once they started fighting back, though Frankie adds that they were not waging an all-out war with the major organization this time, just 3 people. he says that they were fighting above their weight class for picking a fight with ELBAPH. Outside Western Village, Summers, who's reduced to only his dissected head and heart, began to reattach his head, though he is in pain while doing so. Meanwhile, Luffy asks Loki to get him some food, which he refuses to do, saying he should go to the village instead. But that just leads Luffy asking Ragnar instead. Unknown to them, Imu's shadowy body disappears from within the ice. Back in Marijoa, Imu contacts the Gorosei and informs them that they will be leaving the castle for a bit, to their surprise. Man, a lot happened in that chapter, while a little bit happened in that chapter. Like, it was just, the major plot points were so major that, man, a lot happened. Let's get into it.
All right. Pull my notes up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So to begin with, Luffy drops off Brook and Usopp onto the crew and turns down any help. It's usually like the dynamic usually is like by now we're the Straw Hats either have their own individual fights or are trying to do some crazy other task.
Yeah.
They already took down their threats. I don't know. I just feel like they're really showing that they're becoming the Yonko crew.
You know what this specific scene reminded me of, huh?
I had that thought, and I was trying to. What? Yeah.
I'm thinking about God Valley when Roger told Rayleigh and Gabon, and he was running back to the threat like this, and he was like, they were like, "Oh, do y'all need some help? Should we?" I mean, obviously it's not Zoro and Sanji, but it still made me think about it a little bit, because he's like, "No, I'll catch up. You know, just stay put." Or, you know, at that point, Roger was telling him to get off the island and set sail, but a similar thing, you know, just stay put. And like, he's going with someone who's not a part of the crew, you know, to go fight Imu's presence, or, you know, that's kind of just a little parallel that I seen in this specific scene. But keep going.
No, that's dead on. But now, yeah, the rest of the Straw Hats are just like kind of on the sideline, about to witness some crazy destruction.
Yeah.
The next page with Imu going over the dialogue about a giant, when probably Loki was on the seas for that amount of time. I thought that was just, I don't know, full of aura. I kind of enjoy finding out the government side of what,
how they like
any big bad, how the government sees the big bad of if you know if all the information is out there, or the only details that they have, because it was like an unsuccessful mission because it was either countered by, you know, them. I just thought that was cool. It reminds me when she starts talking about but they shrouded themselves in the deep mist. Straight to Harold when he was working for the government, just, you know, messing with pirates.
I wonder what the mist like is like, how you know they have that ability to do that, because clearly we've just seen it with the second time here with Loki and Harold. You know, the only connections we can make is, you know, ancient giants or giant crew and stuff, but what obviously, well, even when Harold was able to do it, he didn't have any devil fruit, so you can't really clock it to, oh, you know, Loki's manipulating his devil fruit in some way. So I just wonder what grants them the ability to just, you know, shroud themselves in mist like that.
I also thought maybe it's like a location thing.
But they haven't really made a specific location, right?
Yeah. But I do wonder if like the connection to the Florian Triangle, possibly. I don't know. I love that also that she like singled out one giant being bigger than the. I love that. That shit's just.
I think Harold might have been in the Florian Triangle, right? I think it was confirmed that that's where he was.
I forget.
Yeah, I don't know if while they were describing, Harold doing that stuff, I don't remember if they said, that was specifically in the Florian Triangle, whereas Loki, is kind of a little bit broader. Like you were saying, like how they portrayed, like there was their captain was especially bigger than the rest, and then they proceed to say there were also rumors spreading of a massive flying creature. So it's just like, you still didn't know. You were still like, it took you being at ELBAPH to be like, oh, Needhugger, this is where you were. Like you heard those rumors years ago and you didn't think of it.
I love that the dots are starting to connect for Emu though. Yeah, I'm just loving the background. I like hearing it from the enemy side.
Yeah,
his reveal is.
I was just gonna add to like you saying the dots connecting for Emu. It shows you that like, yeah, they're like right now they're the most all powerful thing in the series, but they Emu. They don't know everything. They still have to find out information, from sources or from they go off of rumors and stuff, and then they're just not tapped in with. And they've had the Abyss Circle there forever, and they just never were able to know.
Yeah. So yeah, to the next page.
Mm-hmm.
Loki missing his attacks from the last page. Loki missing his attacks because Emu's just evading. That good of evading.
He's just too big.
Yeah,
I can't even give Emu that feat. I think it's just Loki's just that massive that. Like before, he was just fighting MMA. So when we seen Loki like originally turn up. Like that's Emu's or Gunko's body is such a small, way smaller. Like it kind of makes me think of like when him and Shanks fought. Was he even able to use this form?
Probably not.
She just flew up. Like she didn't even have to like dodge. She just flew straight up.
Yeah,
he thought he hit her. He was just like, "Where'd she go?"
I love the drawing of Luffy's rage starting back up. It's depicted very well, and then we get the flashback of his knocked out comrades. They really got pieced up. I can't lie. You just know what's to come once Luffy's Nakama get hurt.
He stands 10 toes for him, as he should.
For sure. Loki trying to keep up this conversation with Emu once he heard about rocks. Is that on this page?
Yep.
Yeah. It's all left. Yeah. As soon as he heard rocks, he's like trying to lock in and continue the conversation.
He says it on this page, I think. Yeah, he says it on this page, but Emu mentions rocks on this page.
My bad. Before we jump to that,
yeah. The
Domi Reversi.
What were your thoughts when you first read?
Bro, what? Okay.
He did it perfectly. Like he put it at the end of this page. Yeah.
Boom. Instant chills. Domi Reversi. Uh-oh. No, straight heartbeat. You hear your heartbeat going. Mm-hmm. Is this gonna work? No. What do you think? Why? I think I'm leaning on Zoan for and having a will or something along those lines.
I like that. I've heard a lot. It could be with like the god type fruits.
Yeah, the hitos.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that when we get to the next chapter as well. I have some thoughts about it, but I want to save that for the end. But yeah, I believe it's either that, because like we have to rule out conquerors, because obviously Rox and Harold, well, Harold had a covenant, but Rox was able to get Domi reversied. You know, the homeland thing is kind of up in the air now, because obviously Loki's from ELBAPH and he was able to break through it. It could be a specific scenario because of his fruit. You know, he's the only giant that we've seen with the devil fruit, point blank, period. We know how Jordan was going for the flame fruit, but we haven't seen any other one with the devil fruit. So it could be that. I don't think we've seen anyone get Domi reversied with the devil fruit. So it could just be devil fruits in general. I've seen a few different things. I don't really know which one I'm subscribing to, if you will, but like also at the same time, like I like a lot of ideas and thought processes behind them, because you know they all could play a factor. I think it really just depends on how Oda wants to portray it, and like I guess it will kind of give a cap and stuff on what level, because if it's like all devil fruits as a whole, since we haven't seen the devil, then that puts like a big, you know, restraint on going to Emu's, at least his Domi reversing ability, because clearly we see that the Gorosei and stuff, they have some sort of mythical Zoan types, but they're still able to have the covenant. It may just be because their will is like, you know, their will is choosing to get the covenant, whereas Domi Reversi is more so of like a forceful, like take over your body type thing. But because clearly there was a reason. Emu was like, it was not surprised by it.
Yeah.
So the fact that he tried, I'm not really sure that it would be a devil fruit. Like all devil fruits don't work, because he still tried it. It probably has to be a little bit more pinpointed with these two specific characters, Hito no Mi, you know, ancient mythical Zoan, you know, that is very rare. But you know,
and it can't even be. It sucks because like. Emo goes on to say, as suspected, you both are. Yeah. And then usually it's like the clan.
Yeah. But Loki,
and now it's like Loki's, or Rox was it called? Rox was a D.
Yeah. Rox was a D. Rox was a conqueror. I mean, you can scratch everything off there. Yeah. So it's like, because that's the only thing, like you would think, oh, Loki and Luffy are both conquerors. So is Rox. It worked on him. Luffy's a D clan member. So is Rox, you know, so, you know, the only thing that we have is like they're devil fruits. They were both god, you know, Needhugger and Nika were two god fruits. So it could be something to do with that, you know.
I also did think of it, maybe it has to do with awakening.
Okay, could be. I don't, but we don't really know if Loki's is.
Yeah, we don't know that yet.
But yeah, when I first seen the Domi Reversi at the end of that page, I'm not gonna lie, my heart skipped a beat. Like I was telling you when we were talking offline once, I'd never really felt like, I didn't think it was gonna turn Luffy. But yeah, a lot of people were saying like, oh, Luffy and Loki are gonna have to fight because, you know, Loki's gonna get turned, and hey, technically that can still be proven to happen, but at least thus far, it didn't work for neither of them. So when I seen that, like it was like kind of a big sigh of relief. You know, I was happy, but yeah, moving forward. I think that's all I have for this little section. And last thing on this page, I don't know if you have anything for this last page, but just Loki went straight back to his normal form. I'm still hoping for a hybrid form from him, like I've been saying since the first time we've seen his devil fruit. But I've seen some people speculate that maybe he doesn't, just because of the sizes and stuff. Like maybe he doesn't have a hybrid form. I
want to believe otherwise because of the claw marks and that fight with Harold in the castle.
Yeah. Yep. I had the same type of pushback when I seen that, and also because why wouldn't he? Every other one kind of has, like, you know, multiple forms, and even with Luffy's, we're kind of seeing that his is portrayed with the gears and stuff. So, you know, for him to not have a hybrid, it just would be inconsistent. And like, why would Loki have, not why would he have all these special scenarios? Because I mean, at the end of the day, he is a special scenario, like being a last of the ancient giants and whatnot. But I would like to see him with the hybrid form, and I think it would be a very cool looking form.
Yeah. And then, so yeah, piggybacking on what I was talking about earlier, Loki hears email talking about rocks and he's trying to lock in, and Luffy just comes in and messes it all up, bro.
Yeah.
Like, every time.
Luffy living up to his character though, man.
Every time, bro. About to find some more info? Nope. Yeah.
Yeah. And, yeah, that's kind of how Luffy is. It's like, you know, we finally got him actually awake and tapped in for a whole backstory, and then he comes and he's like, I don't care about the lore on why it didn't work. I just want to whoop your ass.
Okay. That top left panel, I can't wait to see that animated. The eyes right before she gets punched out, or he gets punched out. Yeah, that's really all I got for that. Loki had to transform. Oh, the face on the hammer. That's my first time seeing that. I don't know if that's the first time it's been showed, but that's my first time seeing that.
I think so. I don't think we've seen that before, because it definitely caught my eye when I first read the chapter. I laughed a little bit.
And I still just think Loki's tattoos are pretty damn cool.
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder go ahead.
Or just about the Ragnar face. I think I want to say this panel. Well, I don't know. You know, this is just speculation, but I think like this panel was kind of like a mid transformation. But maybe he can just pop his face out like on the hammer whenever he wants. I thought, because it seems like he's calling him like Ragnar, like once he switched to his form, his regular form, and he's calling Ragnar, and Ragnar's in the mid transformation, and like you hear him say his last like curry or whatever, and then right here, you know, it's hard to see, but you don't really see the ears or anything. So my guess is like this was a mid transformation, but I mean we'll only know once we get the anime and see like that full scene fleshed out. But that was my thoughts when I first seen it, because I was like, could he just pop his face? I mean, I guess maybe he could just pop his face out whenever he wants. Like if he's hammer form, just like, hey Ragnar, you call him, and then he just pops his face out like, what's up? But I don't know. But yeah, my bad. Keep going.
You're good. No, that's all I really got for that.
You said his tattoos. Yeah, I love his tattoos too.
I wonder if his tattoos portray his fruit. Probably not, but he could have got him, you know.
He got him because he said, I'm the sun god.
Yeah, literally. It's like a giant bird, right?
I think so, but it kind of like, yeah, like looks like the wings and stuff look like a sun.
And he's loving this move. He only got this is the only move he did with Ragnar yet?
Yeah, he do the little Thorheim move when he's dragon form and the Nibelheim when he's with Ragnar.
That is a big block of ice, boy.
Yeah. It's
I'm glad that
Luffy called it a finisher.
And then boom, Emo's in the ice, still talking.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah,
He said,
it's over, guys.
Or they said, "Wait, I haven't gotten it." Wait for me to at least return to the body before you freeze. But yeah, I do think that was cool. I think it's really because like since it's two separate pages and stuff, I think it's kind of like you don't really see it as a combo attack, but like I think it's gonna look really cool animated, like seeing Luffy piece them up and then Loki come like combo finish him off. Like, all right, Luffy, like Luffy punched all the holes into him. He's like, I'm gonna get him like that and just freezes him before he can regenerate or anything. Like, I think that's gonna be a fire little scene for sure. I'm excited for that.
Luffy's been locked out of Gear 5.
Hey, he's actually held it for a long time.
He held it for a long time this time.
So far. So like I will say he's been improving in terms of his endurance. His endurance and stuff and what we've seen from Gear 5. I do kind of like so far what we've seen. I mean, he hasn't done too much like head-to-head fighting and stuff, and maybe we'll see that moving forward, but like he hasn't done too much of like the crazy out of pocket like cartoony moves. He's just been fighting like we've seen him grabbed the lightning bolt earlier this earlier this arc, like a few chapters ago. But besides that, he's just kind of been fighting pretty straight up for the most part.
I think that's fine though. I don't even the grab. I'm cool with that, grabbing the lightning bolt. He's done that before already
with Kaido the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that too. I like that he grabbed the lightning and stuff. That was cool. I still like that element of Gear 5. I just didn't like it when it was just too much. Like Egghead, I felt like it was too much. And maybe that was the vibe. Egghead was like a futuristic, like very like bubbly vibe to it. So maybe like that's also kind of played a role in it. Maybe. But I never disliked that aspect of like the Toon Forest aspect of Gear 5. I just disliked the overusing like mid-fight, you're taking a tree out the ground and then biting it with your teeth and making it a baseball bat, somehow popping up a pan of
gold, it up,
24 karat gold paint, then you pop the can open, you paint it, and then you hit them with it. Like that was a lot. But
yeah, definitely.
And you know, hopefully in the anime they don't overdo it, but because he's been in a lot more of a serious tone as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I do like to see that aspect of it too.
Yes, sure.
Moving into the fisherman village of ELBAPH.
And then boom. Emo's all encapsulated in ice.
Oh yeah.
And the rest of the chapter is like we're done.
Mm-hmm.
It's like nothing happened. To the fisherman village. We have everybody reacting to Giants trying to pull everything together. Everybody's reacting to the news as well. Nami's finally getting Zeus going and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, Jinbei with the shoulder throw. Finally.
Man, I'm hating that that's all they're using my dog for, man.
He's a firefighter, bro.
Yeah, bro, at this point.
But yeah, that's really all I have for this part.
Yeah.
Not much going on. Yeah, there was a huge shift in shit after. I don't know. Everybody's straight, just goes back to informative.
I think it was on purpose. I think it was kind of like giving us the sense, especially with the way it wraps up and the way next chapter is. I think it's just giving us the sense of like they did it. They the fight's over. So that's kind of why I feel like it was a drastic change in like everyone's wrapping up. Zoro and them are done fighting. Sanji been done fighting for a little bit. Chopper takes out the last few Domi Reverse Giants. And that's just like, all right, all we got to do is put out these fires and woof, we got him. Good job, y'all. Good job, team.
Zoro giving his grace to Chopper of like, it's like, you're such a good doctor. That's why you're able to do what he can do.
Zoro's Chopper's relationship, man. It's they're two completely opposite on the crew, but like they're dynamic. Zoro's always carrying Chopper and stuff.
I did also like the little animation of the devil leaving the Giants. I'd like that addition.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that's all I got for this page.
The library.
The library, bro.
Yeah, give me your thoughts on Biblo and none of the books being there. Do you feel like it's part of his devil fruit, like he was able to shrink them and dip, or like do you think because none of the when Biblo was being introduced and stuff, like the Giants were just like, yeah, he's just been here and he's the guardian of the books. Like it's not even like, they had like this big knowledge of Biblo. They're just like, yeah, he's just always been around. Like, this is Biblo. He's been here since as long as I remember. So
what century then?
Yeah, he's part of us. So, yeah, give me your thoughts.
Yeah, he's probably just shrunk all the books and flew up to the heaven realm, in my opinion. He noticed the threat of, I guess, the fire that was gonna take it out, and I don't know. I don't have much on Biblo. I don't know much, and
Biblo
I want to know.
Crazy future sight hockey. He's seen all of it. He took the book. He been took the books, like,
bro,
before the fire broke out. He's chilling.
He knows what's gonna happen, bro.
You're gonna see him fly past Morgan's with a big bag of books. Nah, but like, yeah, I thought I didn't really have much for this part either. I just thought it was interesting, and it was like, that was the main concern. When the school was on fire, it was like, oh man, the school, but you could always rebuild those. I feel like the main treasure was, the fact that a lot of books were being able to be preserved from O'Hara and stuff, and how that turned out, and now that there's a fire here, just knowing that how important the history and these ancient books are to the story in One Piece as a whole is just and the future of the One Piece world. It was a bit relieving to see that, because I'm not gonna act like I was sitting here every chapter we were getting worrying about, are the books burned up? But like seeing that they weren't was like, okay, that's definitely nice, because some of these characters, Robin, Saul, it means a little bit more to. So definitely. Obviously Luffy's not gonna really think much about the books. Zoro's not gonna think about the books. As long as the enemy is defeated, they're good. But to some of the crew, some of that stuff is just as important, even like with Lilith and them, trying to find a home on ELBAPH and stuff. You just hate to see all of it. As much as it's been hyped up, all of it was burning. So seeing different parts of it were preserved was definitely nice.
I also want to touch on just, it's great seeing Saul and Robin back together, and I know Saul is a little beat up. But in my opinion, Oda's starting to draw him a little older now.
Mm. It has been a long time because you got to think Robin's already a significant amount older. I mean, I know he's a giant; they age a little bit different, but she's what, in her 30s or late 20s?
She's in her 30s, I believe.
Is she older than Frankie? I can't remember. I
don't think it's older than Frankie. But
I think Frankie's early 30s, and I think she's very late 20s, like pushing 30.
Okay.
Roughly, I don't know, but
that makes sense.
Yeah, obviously she's a little bit older than Luffy and Zoro and all them. So like last time we seen Saul when she was a kid, was a lot longer than when we see the flashbacks of Luffy as a kid and stuff. So putting that into perspective. But yeah, I see what you mean. Honestly, I didn't even. It makes sense that he has one leg, but I almost forgot that he did because of that whole situation with Aokiji and all that. But
Pig.
But yeah, I didn't even really put two and two together that he does look a little older in this too, but I think it does kind of make a little bit of sense. Some time has passed.
He has pretty puny legs for a giant too. Can't lie. But yeah, we got also damn, what's his name?
Killingham.
Yeah, Killingham talking even starting to ask questions about
Emu.
What happened to Emu?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder like how he's feeling in this moment.
Well, the way he's been talking, even with last chapter, when he's just like, what does he say? Like y'all don't know who y'all are messing with. And I feel like he's kind of like, since he knows Emu's there taking over Gunko, I think he's kind of like, any second now, Emu's gonna, the great one's gonna, y'all are gonna get wiped out and stuff. So I think he's kind of like expecting it, and I think here he's just like, yo, these people are chilling, like they're calm, like has nothing happened yet, like Emu ain't pop off yet. So, and obviously I don't think he doesn't know how powerful Loki and Luffy truly are. So I'm sure he thinks Emu's just gonna make quick work with what they're doing, and then shock the people who are holding him captive. So that's my kind of thought process on that. But the ending of this chapter,
this was interesting. Killingham, I mean, Sommers was defeated on the battlefield and is now kind of bringing himself together. We get a cyber mechanical heart.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that? That's new.
I have more thoughts a little bit in this most recent chapter when they pointed out. I'm not gonna lie, here when I first read it, I didn't know until I read this chapter today, and then I was just like, oh, okay. I did notice that it looked different, but I didn't really highlight it or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And shoot, I'll even say it now, even for what I read for this chapter, I don't really know much of what to think about it. I don't really have like any ideas to it. It makes me wonder if all of them look like that, like all of the guys in Knight's hearts look like that, or if that's a specific Sommers thing. I'm really not sure, but it's interesting. Interested to see if it turns out to have any meaning or not.
I do just want to throw this out here. The science that Caesar, Judge, Vegapunk, that like team of scientists, I wonder where all of their work went,
Like that they've done over the years.
Yeah, I wonder if,
I'm I mean, just going off of some speculation, I would think a lot of the stuff that at least Vegapunk and Caesar, since we know they were directly working with the government, well, shoot, even Germa was like a part of the Reverie for a while until they tried to join up with Big Mom and them.
Yeah.
But I feel like Germa was always separate. I feel like they've kind of been a part of the Reverie as like a connections thing. I don't really feel like they were more so had their army to offer. I feel like most of the Judge's stuff he probably kept to himself or within Germa in terms of advanced technology. I feel like Vegapunk and Caesar, I mean, this could be, possibly products of it, or like I would expect most of their stuff to somehow be in government's property or the world government's hands in some way, shape, or form. Besides Caesar's stuff going in the underworld black market type thing with Dofi and Kaido and all that. But that would be my guess. Just, I feel like the government would have a lot of their technology, and we could be seeing like little bits and pieces of it. It would have been interesting if Lilith was around and was like, oh, that's one of the artificial hearts we create. Like, something
what I'm saying?
Like that. That would be cool. It's the cybernetic hearts we made for to live longer or something like that. Like, it would be convenient if she just had an answer for it right then and there.
I also just got to thinking about the Seraphim, if they would have such a thing.
Okay. I like that. I like that.
But yeah, we get Loki reacting to Luffy's
old man
dehydrated form. Old man dehydrated form. And him not trying to go get food for him.
I'm starting to really appreciate Loki and Luffy's relationship here. Just growing over the past few chapters, and even how Luffy's having this little mini bond with Ragnar too. But like, Loki and Luffy, they're actually like, Luffy tends to give people that he meets up and teams up with nicknames a lot. And he's been calling Loki Loki. And that did catch my eye it caught my eye more when Loki was actually started referring to Luffy as Luffy and stuff. And he wasn't just saying like Straw Hat or anything. Like, he's just been saying Luffy. And though it's been like Loki's kind of been playing this cold shoulder type persona this whole time, I just feel like he's still been like, it has really been no tension with Luffy since, he's been let out of his chains. even though he's going with the sense of, oh, I'm a destroyer and I'm just here to eliminate the threat, he still is kind of showing this teamwork side with Luffy, and he a little bit of care we're seeing a little from his side. And yeah, though he's saying no, he's not gonna get him food or nothing, like, that's true to his character. Like, well, why the hell am I gonna get you food, bro? Like, come on, bro. But he still gives him advice, like, hey, if you want food, you can go to the village and get some food. So I'm starting to just like their dynamic. Still on the fence of like, what's going to happen with Loki moving forward and how he's going to play a role in, because obviously he's going to be a big role in the final, the end of things, but where his allegiances will be, after ELBAPH, what is he going to try and take over as the king of ELBAPH? Is he going to try and create his own pirate crew that's like kind of under the Grand Fleet? Is he going to, straight up be like, hey, Luffy, I'll join your crew, but I'm just fly
To piggyback off that, I also did think earlier when when Emo was discussing through Gunko, like the stories that was heard of the government ships being ransacked in this mist. If Loki goes and rejoins his crew, if that maybe he has out there somewhere upon the world. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and to add on to that, to just talk about the little moment where he brought up rocks, and he's just like, "What'd you say about rocks?" Reminded me a little bit of Luffy and how he is with Shanks. Like, anytime Shanks' name brought up, he's like, "Hold on, what'd you just say about him?" Like,
yeah.
So, and I mean, they both, it's very similar. You know, Loki aspired to be, you know, like rocks. He's seen him as a great pirate, and that's how Luffy kind of looks as, well, not kind of, that's how Luffy views Shanks, you know, the great pirate that he aspires to be after. He wanted to join his crew when he was a little, kept getting told no. You know, a lot of parallels in there. So just seeing
that is true.
So just seeing Emu bring him up, and he just go on guard like, wait, hold on, 5 seconds ago, what did you just say about my dog Rocks? So, yeah, just that parallel. But Emo announcing that he's leaving the Holy Land to end the chapter.
Yeah. How do you feel about the teleporting out of the ice?
I like it because at the end of the day, Emu's not there. So, yeah, he wasn't able to return to the body, but it makes sense that he's kind of just able to, you know, detach from that, or whatever possession he currently had over Gunko at the moment. And it's just like, hey, Gunko, you're on your own. I'll be back. The real me. But yeah, I didn't really have too much on that specific part. They were obviously like not on guard and they didn't realize it. But I didn't really, since it still was like it's just a shadowy figure that emerged. I'm not mad at it. I was kind of made sense to me.
And Gunko's body. That's another thing I always had a question for. But
what about it specifically? Pass it.
Like Emu comes out of it, and then we don't see if her body is somewhere. We just see the black figure for the rest of the chapter.
I mean, I assumed it was still like. I just assumed this was still her. Just because, like, look at Luffy on the ground, like he just looks like a little mark. I just assumed this was still Gunko as well, like physical body, at least.
Okay. But yeah. Leaving the Holy Land.
Yeah.
How did that make you feel last week?
When I first read it, I was just like, I had a few thoughts. I obviously was like, damn, if he goes to ELBAPH, that'll be crazy. But I also had thoughts of like, what if he's taking this to try and go do something else? Since he knows like, oh, Nika and Needhugger are here, let me go somewhere else or something. But at the end of the day, I was just like, Emu coming to ELBAPH. It made me think a lot. I was just like, will we actually see Emu? Will he be defeated? What if Emu pulls up and they beat him? I've seen theories talking about, this could be the end of Emu because this will set up Blackbeard actually, trying to claim the empty throne, and it will ultimately make Blackbeard the final boss that we originally thought he was going to be when we first started, before we were introduced to Emu and stuff. Yeah. But I was just like, in my head, I was like, I can't do nothing but fuck with Emu right now because he's standing on 10. They're standing on 10. Like they said, okay, I clearly can't do it like this. Let me go. I'll handle this. And he just told the Gorosei, yo, I'm dipping. I would send y'all, but I sent y'all last arc and y'all folded, so. And now they got a Loki, so I definitely don't trust y'all. Now y'all gonna go get killed. Then I'm gonna have to find some more Gorosei.
Yeah. But yeah, just to wrap up, I just want to throw in there, Oda has been cooking with his art, man. He's really
has.
Yeah.
Final thoughts on the chapter. Give me a rating.
I'll give it Admiral. The originally when I read it the first time, the chapter shift kind of threw me off. But it was, I mean, it's good to get the update about everything else that was going on in ELBAPH and how everybody was taking the news and a little update, see what Zoro had to say about what Chopper was doing and everything. But I'll give it an Admiral.
Yeah. I'm right there with you on Admiral. You know, the intenseness with the Domi Reversi potentially happening and stuff had me almost on the edge of my seat. But like you said, there was a bit of a tone shift in the chapter. And like I said, I think it was all intentional and everything. I don't feel like he was just trying to like slow things down after things were so heated. I think he's really trying to set the tone of everyone's relaxing and more so just trying to clean up the damage more so than keep the intensity so high. But nonetheless, overall, everything was done really well. Oda's been drawing his ass off. There was a few of these, and even some of these panels, you know, not much is going on, but you just see a lot of detail just across these spreads. So like, I did appreciate that.
Definitely.
But yeah, overall, like I said, I'll give it an Admiral. It was good. The ending was pretty good, intense, and honestly, the climax of the stuff when they were, you know, fighting with Emu and almost getting Domi reversied and then comboing to clean it up.
He did a great job of leaving us with a lot of questions. I will say that too. My bad.
For sure. No, you good. For sure. But yeah, good chapter. Without further ado, let's roll strap. I was reading. I was locked in.
Sorry. I just want to throw this out there, guys. I am not on my phone. I just got a tablet and I'm reading the chapter on my tablet. I'm just personal.
He's trying to flex.
No.
Oh,
I just got it on my tablet.
Nobody thought he was on his phone, man. You know what you was doing, man.
I'm just analyzing the chapter. Of course, I'm sorry. This is how I read my new anime.
He said, "Hey,
manga.
I'm just reading the chapter on this new iPad that I just got." But man.
Here, bro.
1179. This dropped today. So, without further ado, let's dive straight into it. Chapter 1179. This title is Nerona Emu Descends. And on this cover art, we have a reader request again. Ace, Otama, and Yamato leading boar piglets on a hike down a wetlands path by Nayama Wants to Travel. Any thoughts on this?
You know, what could have been, what should have been. That I will never get over the scene of the Viva card burning in her hands.
Yeah.
And being a prisoner still and having to just bear that, and that's just terrible.
Yeah.
The hog had the hog Odin Slade had babies. And the hat, dude. On
Yeah.
Ace.
Yeah.
Do not tell me that Scopper Gavon is gonna die this arc. Please do not hurt me like that, Earther.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I didn't even
Do
think about
not tell me that Scopper is gone, bro. Please.
Yeah,
Or it could be a hat Otama just crafted up for Ace, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's all looking awfully similar.
Yeah, I didn't have too much for this cover art. Made me feel for, same to you. Think back about when Yamato realized he died. And then even looking back on, obviously I'm pretty fresh in the Wano as well. So just seeing the scene of Luffy coldly and bluntly telling Otama that Ace is dead and not even really telling him that that's his brother or anything. He just kind of said, like, I know Ace and yeah, he's dead. Pretty much. And, Otama calling him a liar and being so, like, hurt, not really understanding what himself went through in that moment when Ace died. And, it probably weighs on him more than anybody else it could. And he was the one who had to give that news and stuff. But yeah, just thinking back on that, knowing that Ace had a good relationship with them both, seeing them here was cool. And I didn't even put two and two together that was the same one that Odin killed, kind of bringing back some relics of the past in Wano.
Yeah.
But it was cool little.
I do love the art too. This was drawn very well.
Yeah.
Oh, and Otama has a straw hat flag in her hand.
Oh shoot, that's a good pull. I didn't even peep that at first. That's funny. But yeah.
That's all I got, fam.
All right. Well, let's dive into the summary because we got a lot to talk about. Let's get it. All right. The Gorosei realize Imu plans on going to ELBAPH by themselves and try to convince them not to. But Garling walks in and calls them out for their arrogance in assuming the Holy Land will remain secure, admitting that while Shamrock's return has stabilized the current situation, the Revolutionaries' army's starvation tactic is working, and they were fools to think that it wouldn't. Instead of maintaining their pride and dignity, they need the most powerful military they can create to keep the world under their control. But his conversation is interrupted by York, who calls to complain about the lack of food. Garling reminds her that he warned her about the situation, and if she wants it to stop, she needs to hurry up and reproduce the mother flame. York continues to complain, but Garling tells her that as one of Vegapunk's creations, she needs to take responsibility for his actions before hanging up. Garling says that ever since Nika showed up, Marijoa has been plagued with constant disaster and wonders if this is an act of fate or mere coincidence. Regardless, the Gorosei tried to change Imu's mind, suggesting they send an admiral instead, but Nuzjuro says they can't with what trouble they currently have. Warcurry suggests they themselves go, but Imu denies this, saying they must cast away their arrogance, sloth, and pride, for everything that is happening was already set in motion. All the while, they think about Rox's promise to return, Roger's execution, Shanks' theft of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, Shirahoshi's birth, the knowledge of Loki and his devil fruit, and the existence of Monkey D. Luffy and Marshall D. Teach. Imu demands to know why Nika and Davy Jones continue to make them suffer, since all they want is Vivi, as they prepare an abyss circle to travel to ELBAPH. Garling says they can't stop them, which the other four reluctantly acknowledge. In ELBAPH, Gerd brings Somers, who is cut in half and restrained with rope, and shows how his separate parts are trying to link together, Tajrudin calling it creepy. Goldberg shows Somers' heart, which is made of steel, and Zoro wonders if destroying it will kill Somers for good, which scares him. By the Owl Library, Frankie looks after the unconscious Usopp and Brook, while Jinbei tries looking for Chopper. Killingham is also tied up, and his parts hang from a tree by Sanji, who tells him that he will remember his name, so he should say his. But Sanji casually says he forgot. As for Gunko, the ice she is encased in starts to crack. Meanwhile, Loki, Luffy, and Ragnar go to the school as well to get some food, and are surprised that it is frozen by Lilith's ODCs. But Loki complains that the frozen food tastes bad. Though Luffy, despite his withered state, tries to get the food to Usopp and Brook. Luffy asks Loki if Gunko is dead in the ice, and he explains that she isn't, but only Ragnar can thaw the ice she is stuck in. Off in the distance, Nami sees something, and in an instant, 5 pillars of black energy erupts above the Arus castle, creating an abyss circle above it. The energy emitted brings the nearby houses and trees to life as they start making noise. A pillar of black energy then appears straight in the middle of the castle, unleashing a wave of Conqueror's Haki that knocks out several people. Emu appeared at the summoning spot and falls to their knees and coughs up blood. But still, Emu crashes through the roof of the castle to everyone, even Somers and Killingham's shock. As Emu sits on top of the castle, finally shown in their full form, it is revealed that Emu is in fact Nerona Emu, one of the first 20 and founder of the world government. Also, all while possessing the power of the Devil's Fruit. Man, Emu is here. Emu is here. Revealed.
The long awaited.
It's confirmed that it's a him.
That is a boy.
I know you. I know you for the longest have always wanted it to be a woman. I've kind of been impartial. I didn't really care. I did enjoy referring to them as them, they, just because it was a mystery. But now it's confirmed it's a male. Shoot. Thoughts on the whole chapter? You wanna dive straight into the beginning? How you?
We'll go straight to the beginning. Well, just one initial thought on the whole chapter. They're Satanists. Emu's the devil.
Hey. I mean, we've always kind of figured that with the pentagrams and the abyss circles and the demonic covenants and, you know, the Domi Reversied, everyone grows horns and wings. So we're
literally up against the devil.
Yeah. And, you know, with, you know, the gods being a role in it, and, you know, it's always kind of been setting the stage for a minute, but the confirmation that we kind of get throughout this chapter is pretty bold and straight out there. Like, hey, if you haven't been picking up the breadcrumbs that we've been leaving you, here it is. Gods versus the devil. Let's dive straight into it, man. Give me your thoughts on the beginning of this chapter.
So, the Gorosei being in shambles, like, oh my god, did I hear you right? Mm-hmm. Like, what can they do? What we see what happened? What are y'all gonna do? I love how the Gorosei are just chilling. Everybody, there's usually a fifth member.
Mm-hmm.
Used to be Saturn, which is no longer with us. And then boom, comes in Garland. Everybody's like, I don't know. They don't really mess with Garling for whatever other reasons. Maybe his ideology. But he walks in with so much aura.
Yeah.
I just want to say that.
It's funny, like, this is the second time he's kind of done this since he's been a Gorosei. The first time was when he revealed himself to be one. I think it may have, just because the 5 Gorosei may have just been the 5 Gorosei like for all this time, and now they're just, I mean, it's only been a few weeks since Garling's been, and they've probably been the 5 elders for years now, so they have been for years. So I think it could just be that, you know, they were so used to and fond of Saturn that now that they have this new figure who they have to look at as an equal, who they used to look at as under them, you know, I think that probably plays a role in it.
I do also want to mention the fact that it seems like the other Gorosei are not ever dispatched. It's Saturn used to do his own thing. I know his role is science and defense, and I guess that requires,
I think, research and development too is under that branch. So
okay, so yeah, I understand. But yeah, just Garling just appearing in, like coming from wherever he was, doing his own thing. I just find that it's just something to think about.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that either. Like, you know, when we seen Saturn was the first one to go to Egghead, Saturn was the one at God Valley, you know, and then now that Garling took that role, Garling's kind of the one that is out doing stuff. And, you know, like I was kind of implying, maybe it has something to do with the research and development side of things. Maybe that's the most hands-on position. But I didn't. That was a good call out, because I didn't really put 2 and 2 together. Like, you know, that position is the one who's usually gone outside of the, you know, even we don't know if he's leaving the Holy Land, at least, but at least the room that we always see them in within the castle.
Yeah. I wonder if there's just seeing how we're getting more on the dynamic of the Gorosei and everything. I wonder if there's like a what would you call that? A chain of command, like if any of these positions are a little bit over each other, because you know, just the way Garland comes in, which it makes sense, his role being what it is. He comes in he's like trying to reason and comes in like with a plan. Like what? Like at this point, with all of these things going on, we have to do something about this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And they in a way kind of just shut up, and they're like, you know, they're bitching a little bit, but then ultimately he gets them to like, hey, this is what's best, and they're like, yeah, you're right. It's like, damn. Garland got a little.
He's very militaristic,
and it could
coming
be
from his last position, probably.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It could be based on his last position, and maybe they're just like, hey, out of anybody, you know, he at least has the most fighting experience, because from all we know, like when Emu like probably built this thing, you know, with the structure of the government, the 5 Gorosei probably have been there from the jump. So like they know how to fight. They have their hockey and stuff, their hockey feats that we've seen. But the Holy Knights are the ones that we know who actually, you know, go out to the field and fight. And Garland being a Holy Knight for all this time, and now, you know, eventually being the supreme commander of the Holy Knights, and then now getting a promotion into the Gorosei, you know, he is the most militarized and probably, you know, of course, the most battle tested, I guess. So they probably have to hold a little bit of respect into that regard. Like, you know, he's been in the field and he's been in charge of all the people in the field. So like certain things like that, you know, he has a little bit better insight for or knowledge of.
Sure. Before we get to the York thing, I just want to say, Oda, like the transitions we saw today, I feel are like are these what he's been writing.
Yeah.
I just can't wait to see them. I know they're gonna go crazy. So yeah, we go to Old York. The punk known for eating for the rest and everything. Jit can't lock in and knock out this work that she needs to. Yeah, I don't really have much here. Just
that part
trying
made
to
me happy a little bit because it was like, yeah, York, you thought it was gonna be sweet. Now you gotta work, and you can't really come up, step up to the table, step up to the plate.
I will say I'm surprised she hasn't whipped up the machines they had at what's it called? On Egghead.
Because it wasn't all her.
Yeah.
That wasn't a one-man job.
She got the brain though. She got it. She's bullshitting.
Yeah.
And she's a crybaby too, so not the punk they needed. Garland's very harsh on her, I can't lie, but that doesn't really matter. Fuck it. To the next page and everything. Garland's talking about one disaster after another ever since the arrival of Nika. I thought that was huge. Then it's repeated questions whether it be coincidence or fate.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Fate always being brought up. And now that it's being tied in with Nika and the Gorosei actually, kind of coming to a realization that, everything's being tied together is, I like that aspect of it. I feel like, just makes you think a little bit more into what Roger and his crew learned, when they completed the trek of the Grand Line and the New World and all that, and eventually got the One Piece. And, he smiles and they just laugh because they were too early. Now that everything's starting to unfold, later in the chapter, or is it here where we see Imu pretty much say like everything's already been set in motion and stuff, like all that stuff kind of ties into fate. And now that the time has passed, from what Roger saw, and like they were born, what was it, 25 years to, or they, I wish I was born 25 years later or something like that. And now that time has passed, now everything's starting to, Luffy just awakened Gear 5, because in reality, in One Piece world, he just awakened Gear 5 not too long ago, a few weeks to, a couple months ago in that time. And
Ain't that crazy?
Yeah, so it's like, now that so it's actually everything being set in motion. And now that the Gorosei are having to, like, the world has been shaken so much, so they're sitting there in a meeting talking about is this fate? Like, right when Nika just popped up, and then ever since, 2 months ago, Nika popped up, and now 2 months later, we don't got no food, bro. Need Hugger popped up, bro. Rox's son, a Davy is popping up doing his thing, because even with the thing with Katarina Devon, like, even that little, it makes you think back to that, her popping up on Egghead with Van Auger, and they're like, Saturn's like, oh, teachers of a interesting bloodline and stuff. It's all just coming together. And then literally, like you said, those transitioning into Imu talking about all is preordained, all this stuff was set in motion, and then he flashes the rocks. Roger, Shirahoshi, Shanks, Harold, Loki, even Whitebeard, like saying this is why he was protecting him. Like, oh, because maybe Whitebeard knew a little bit more. Like, we still don't know what all Roger told, because we know Whitebeard wasn't in search of the One Piece. He wasn't pursuing to be that type of great pirate. So when Roger and Whitebeard shared sake that last time, and you know, Whitebeard got the confirmation of the One Piece, we don't know what everything that he told him, and you know, it could have been something that he's seen on Luffy was like, okay, I need to protect him for this reason and stuff like that, which obviously we've seen in Marie for, but the fact that emus kind of like flash into that, like being a major thing, and they had Luffy dead to rights right there. They could have, you know, and fate has just kept them going. Everything's set and moving in this motion. It's crazy to think about. These two panels it was pretty cool, clean to me, you know, very small part in the chapter once we get the big reveal and everything, but I liked it. And then they even have the emphasis on Monkey D. Luffy, Marshall D. Teach, you know. Man.
Do you feel
name of the game, huh?
Yeah. Do you feel as if Garling might is more okay with Emu going out than the others?
I don't know if we see it a little bit more further, but when they kind of
okay, we'll get to it.
Yeah. I'll give you my full thoughts once we get to this next page. Did you have anything for this little emu talking about or kind of flash into all these moments in history?
No, I mean it just I love that it's like for the animation wise when we get there. I love that it's going to be like a little flashback and all this preordained that Emus recognizes that shit's turning up. Like the forces against her are him are all a lot starting to align and everything.
Yeah.
It's just funny, and then the Gorosei trying to argue like for Emu to stay and not send the admirals like that'll do something.
Yeah, y'all sent the admiral and a whole Gorosei last time, and then all the Gorosei popped up. Like, what y'all just think that's the answer to everything? Like and it's funny because like it shows the desperation and the panic in the Gorosei, but like I think they forgot their own, like when Yonkos were involved, like they everything was like, okay, every time a Yonko moved, it was like they had to all alert. So they just think, okay, clearly a Yonko's there. Y'all just dealt with him a couple weeks ago. And did y'all forget that? I mean, he escaped y'all, and y'all think sending the admirals was going to do something at ELBAPH? Come on now. And it's a completely different scenario. Like, y'all attacked Egghead when y'all really only had to fight against, you know, the Straw Hats. Y'all are going to ELBAPH where it's not just the Straw Hats who are fighting back. You got the Giants and the Gorosei think you know, Dory and Bragi came and packed y'all up. What y'all gonna do with the rest of them? With Admiral, like the only thing y'all could probably send Akainu, and he'll turn some stuff up. But that's about it.
That's it.
I mean, Fujitora, I doubt he's even gonna want to fight Luffy at this point. The way they left off. What you mean? Kizaru's not gonna.
Kizaru don't want no smoke. No more, bro.
Kizaru don't
want
no smoke.
He ain't, what's it called? Retired.
Nah. I would hate to see them replace another one. Then they're just gonna give Lucci another promotion to get beat up again.
Damn.
Yeah,
just some more figures got added to the list of the flashback and everything. Joy Boy, Davy Jones, Nefertari, Lily, the moment with Cobra. They all still torment Moo. I wonder if there's like a little relation. Maybe these people were part of Joy Boy crew. Maybe they're like what would you call it? They're parallel. Maybe I don't know. Also, a quick thought. Just it's probably unlikely. It's very unlikely because there's some non-Ds on here. But I wonder if secretly Shirahoshi would be like a D member.
Interesting. I mean, I don't really think it matters because of her importance as it is. Like, and it all really depends on what the D really is, because we still don't know. Like Emu said, the D is ELBAPH, or linked with ELBAPH, but we still don't have like a no. You can ask anybody in the community, and no one can really tell you what the D is. So pause. Well, that sounds weird, but
yeah, that's hilarious.
So like, if she is, like, it would have to be obviously tie into whatever the importance of that is. But right now, since we don't know, I'm like, she's still just as important, or I mean, shoot, potentially even more important from what we know, because we don't know what it is yet. But like, her being the key to the ancient weapon and all that, I don't really think it would matter as much, because like I said, like she just has that much importance in the story as it is. But it would be interesting. It'll be interesting. I desire Vivi.
Yeah. I desire Vivi.
A shock and not a shock, because like, we've always seen that they've had some sort of Emu has had some sort of gravitation to Lily. And we've obviously seen the striking resemblance in Lily and Vivi, and then they're both D-clan of the Nefertari family. But
is it the looks? Is there something deeper within Vivi?
Yeah, because we've always I think we've even talked about it on this pod, very more specifically of just that we think, Emu is after Vivi for some specific reason, but I don't know if this still struck me when I read it. I don't know if it was just the wording of I desire, or just, I don't know, like that he actually just straight up, Emu actually just straight up said Vivi, because I think that was the first time we've heard Emu just straight up refer to Vivi. We've seen with the pictures and stuff that he's had, and then we've seen the big picture of Lily. But I think that was the first time he directly said Vivi. So I don't know if that's what struck me. But when I read it, I was just like, wow. And like, just how that was what wrapped up his thought about, Shirahoshi being born, Rox, Roger, Luffy, and then he wraps it up with I desire Vivi. So like, it's crazy, because talking to my friend about, they just finished Alabasta, well, a little bit ago now, and just like, Vivi was important, but like that Emu's over here saying her name by name, crazy. Because when you meet her, it's just like, you would never think she would have that type of role in the story.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think about the whole I desire Vivi part? Like, what, like?
I think he got his girl stole, bro.
And you think it's still like a
and this is just like, oh my god,
she resembles
reincarnation. Yeah, this is like,
yeah.
That's really all I got on it. I do say the build-ups. I hate to say it now, but I just have to mention it. The build-up of the emu eyes and still being all cloaked out right now. I just love it.
I was gonna say, now that we know that Emu is a man, it kind of makes it a little bit more believable of the side of like, you know, Joy Boy potentially had a tie with Lily, and you know that caused the rift, and you know whatever the case may be all this time back, because I'm trying to look real quick. Okay, so it's just the Gorosei, because we've never seen, well, actually that one time when he said Nika and Needhogger, because that was the only time we've seen him say Nika. He usually says Joy Boy in reference to the Gear 5 Luffy. So we've seen him that one time when they first approached him, both Luffy and Loki. And then but here he goes back to Joy Boy. I was just trying to, because we've seen Saturn on Egghead. He reacted. He was just like, you know, nothing of that name. Like when they brought up Nika, and then we see Emu refer to Joy Boy a lot, and then we see the Gorosei over here bring up Nika again, and then we see Emu over here bring up Joy Boy again. So it's just like, it's just it. And then obviously with the reveal of Emu at the end of the chapter, it just ties more into like there had to be some true personal relationship with Joy Boy, because he keeps bringing Joy Boy up. Emu does. Nika's still the thing of the Sun God, but he keeps bringing Joy Boy up. So I definitely think, and then seeing this I Desire Vivi thing, I think it all just kind of, like you said, some sort of lover's quarrel or something, lost his girl, or that was the girl he fell in. Because didn't, if I remember correctly, and I'm not trying to parallel Kid and Emu, but didn't Kid and Killer kind of have a similar type of, like, they both were kind of...
They crushed on the same girl, and then they fought about it, and they couldn't both have her, so they became friends. They became friends after her passing.
Yeah, after she died, they bonded over that. But, like... you know, we just know that Oda has written that into the story, like, you know, and then even with Shaki and seeing Shaki, like, obviously with Ray ended up with her and stuff, but like seeing all the how woman has still, like, a man's gonna be a man, I guess. It's kind of how Oda writes it. And
now that you mention it, I want to just throw in there real quick. Roger and Ray wasn't really pursuing, but Roger had the eyes for Shaki. That just...
And he even, I mean, kind of beefed with Rocks about it for a little bit. Like, I mean, that was the cause, like, Roger would continue to go to Pirate Island because he knew Shaki was there, stuff like that. Yeah. So, like, just we've seen Emu write that type of stuff into the story, so why not make, you know, we're already making the top tiers of the show, we've seen them head over heels over shorties, why not continue to do it? But
and then the crash out begins. It all began long before this, as the summoning circle appears and the Gorosei scream for their Ema, and she leaves the land to the fucking Gorosei. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Give me your thoughts on this part where the Gorosei are like, if Great Emu leaves this castle, no need to say it, we all know. it is by the Great One's design. None of us can prevent it. Did you have any thoughts? I had a few thoughts in that, but did you have any thoughts? I guess just theories or like headcanon that I kind of had.
Go ahead.
Potential emus maybe not immortal, or everyone maybe like their immortality may have to tie into emu being in the castle. Maybe his link to everyone's connection. Maybe he's more vulnerable when we see him eventually get there later in the chapter. We'll get to it. We do see him coughing up blood like right when he does it. So I don't know if like him specifically using the Abyss Circle takes a greater toll. I hate that Nostro said no need to say it. We all know. No, y'all know. We don't know. I wanted to know what happened, but just like, yeah, just that aspect of what is it that is at risk that the Gursei are clearly so worried about with Emu leaving. It has to there, because if Emu was just leaving and he was just as, cracked out as they're making him seem, I don't really think they would concern themselves as much as they are. They seem to be very worried about him leaving, and it kind of seems like in my head I'm just looking at it as like a direct connection with Emu himself. Like if he leaves, he may either be weakened or he may lose connections or not be immortal outside of that, in a way of like it's a satellite, almost a Wi-Fi box, almost with immortality. Like, I got my Wi-Fi box in the house. It spreads to all, connected devices. But if I take my Wi-Fi box out the house, I ain't gonna get Wi-Fi no more. You see, that's kind of how I may have, it's just headcanon, because obviously nothing was confirmed. But I'm just thinking of it like that, like maybe him leaving the castle may put a risk to all of them, or even just himself as a whole. So
yeah,
it intrigued me a little bit.
Just to touch on the VV situation, maybe possibly VV is a vessel that Emu's been trying to get a hold of.
Ooh, okay. Gunko, we see Gunko with the blue hair.
Yeah. And maybe a possibility, we know that the roots above Fishman Island are connected to the Holy Land, the Adam tree that's in the Holy Land. Maybe Emu's possibly bound to the Holy Land by the Adam tree, the tree of life.
But the Eve tree is here, which would
that's what I meant. The tree of life of Eve is in the Holy Land, right? Adam's tree is in ELBAPH.
Adam's here. But the Adam's here, so like, what if it's like the Eve tree gives him strength, but the Adam tree could weaken him, so they're just like, don't go to ELBAPH, like, because if you go to ELBAPH, that's your polar, that could be like your polar, opposite. I don't know, just throwing speculation out there, kind of just rolling off of what you're giving me too.
Yeah, maybe he's bound to the tree of life, and that's like really been keeping him alive for as long as it has. And then when Drew Peter, I think that's him, right? He says, it is great. It is by the Great One's design. If Emu dies, maybe something in the world messes up. Something, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
There's a lot going on. Yeah. Back to ELBAPH.
Yep. I don't really have too much here besides the
I
just found stuff.
I just found it funny that how small they are in the Giants' hands, and that they kind of act like magnets once they've been
dissected and cut up.
Yeah, cut up. The steel heart. Do you think if the steel heart's destroyed, they don't regenerate?
Summer's face makes it seem like it. You know, it could be the what is granted with, you know, that level of covenant that gives you the immortality. So I don't know. I don't know how it will work, but yeah, it definitely seems like if that heart's destroyed, that it would be they would be destroyed. And then that kind of makes me think of where does Conqueror's Haki lie in all of this? Because if someone is able to expose the steel heart, but they're not a Conqueror's Haki user, but they're still kind of strong enough to destroy the heart, would that still work? Or, you know, like, and maybe, you know, the way Conqueror's Haki is used as an attack, maybe like when that hits or you get a direct hit with the way it's used on the heart, that it would do a little bit more. Well, I don't know. It's still hard to say because we've seen rocks, you know, wash through Garland pretty smoothly in God Valley, and he still pretty much had a full regeneration. So it makes me wonder on what, but clearly, you know, Zora was on to something because Summer's face, once he pointed that out.
I can't wait to see Summers. You know? I don't really have much. I just found it funny what Frankie had said about Usopp and Brook.
Cybergerize?
Cyborgerize them.
Yeah,
that would be funny. A feat for Usopp. That would be an upscale.
I was thinking that's what when we were watching the episode, bro. I said Usopp's dad has better ELBAPH feet.
Bro, literally.
That he do. Usopp's dad got more ELBAPH feet. But nah, I didn't have too much. Sandy's little remark here, like I forget his name. There's aura farming on him, smoking the stick the whole time.
Yeah. Gunko. We see Gunko's body in the ice.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was good.
Yep.
I wonder if she's gonna be chill when she wakes up. Oh, you see what I did there?
That's funny.
We get, you know, just some funny moments here with Loki eating
Cold
solid
food,
frozen food, complaining about it.
I mean, what stood out to me with this scene was Luffy not going straight to eat. Like, he's worrying about Usopp and Brook, and then he's asking about Gunko. Like, usually, you know, Luffy would be the first one stuffing his face and trying to regenerate and stuff. And it's funny because it's like, bro, Luffy, nobody else in your crew's body works the way you can't. They just can't eat and just be all right, bro. They actually need serious medical attention.
I mean, I hope Chopper has a glass of milk for Brooke or something.
That's all we need.
And then boom. This bottom right, I don't know. Something just makes me feel like there's something with Nami, bro. There's something gonna be deeper with Nami. And then boom, it's all
Why she
starts.
sensed that and no one else did?
Yeah.
Why she sensed it before anyone else?
She just
It could be maybe she heard it. Maybe it was like a soft rumble and then it
or maybe the fully weather changed and then
because she's probably out there just looking at Zeus already in that direction and maybe she's seen something. I don't know. Maybe she sensed something. Maybe it was like a sense before everybody else, but it could be. I'm not trying to give her too much credit yet. But like, I'm just thinking maybe, hey, like Zeus is already out there putting out fire. She's looking, around the horizon, maybe to tell Zeus, hey, once you're done with that, go over here. And she sees something like first and then everybody else sees it. But it does seem that like the way this was portrayed was she was the first one to catch on and see it.
and then the entrance of the year. This is gonna go crazy, bro. That lightning, that conquers Hoggy, that lightning better go stupid. Armageddon style. Strikes coming from everywhere. Yeah, that little reaction of Nami's face is funny.
Yeah, that was funny.
And then
the giant abyss circle.
the giant abyss circle in the sky, bro.
I thought this was funny because like Shamrock and the Holy Knights, they all use the same abyss circle, and it was all subtle and even was just all dramatic, like the whole scape of the land changes, and
Yeah,
that's the great one, huh?
So Nami's just trying to get the crew's attention and everything. There is a sound, a song, a rhythm that goes with Emu's hockey. Like
What is
almost drum like. It's boom boom so far. Dun dun dun. It's something.
Dun, dun.
All of this. And then it's got this Big Mom soul fruit effect, but it's like demonizing, I guess. It seems no houses aren't alive, so it's demonizing everything right now. It's everything that's around, not just trees and stuff.
Everything at least that's probably caught within the circle, maybe, or
probably.
Yeah.
It just reminded me very like a Big Mom.
Mm-hmm.
The next freaking page, bro, that top right, that is gonna be so clean. Yeah. I love how. No, that was probably Zoro that said it.
Yeah, that's Zoro. Well, Chopper got his mouth open, but I would think it was Zoro.
Collins out of there. Couldn't handle it.
It's all good. Maybe one day, Young Buck. That is Emu, so it's not like it's not like you're getting hold. It's not a downscale, Colin. Trust me.
No facts, and some more kids too. Another kid behind him.
Yeah. I imagine if Colin's knocked out, I imagine all the kids are knocked out.
Yeah. Loki sends him the hockey. Luffy is still down and out, man. I don't know. This could go bad.
Yeah, that's one thing, like why I pointed out earlier, like surprised me that he's not eating. And it just shows that he thinks the fight's done probably, and obviously he was thinking for Brook and Usopp, but bro, you're the one who needs to be here. Brook and Usopp, they'll be all right. I do kind of like this aspect that we're getting that like specific hockeys of an individual, feel unique, I guess. or I mean, Emu's, at top one right now in the verse. So it could be his specific hockey, but like the fact that Loki was able to know that this isn't just the random Conqueror's hockey, this is the same one from before. And I mean, we've even seen after Wano, when Shanks does his Wi-Fi hockey, as we like to call it, to Green Bull, and Luffy smiles and says like, oh, that was a familiar feeling. I got reminded of a familiar face when it. So it's like, I guess that certain level of Conqueror's hockey, you're able to sense and kind of like attach it to, something else, or
I wonder if
a
he was
specific individual.
referring to from that dark day, or what they just fought. I kind of believe it was from the day he fought his dad.
Okay, I kind of connected it to when they were in the underworld, because he did also make another, like last chapter or 2 chapters ago when they first popped up on Gunko, he said this is the source of that hockey that we sensed before. So that's kind of where I just figured he was still connecting the dots as well with that. But I didn't even think it could be, he sensed it from his dad. Yeah, I kind of just compared it to whenever they sensed with when Gunko got taken over.
All right, so into the throne room inside Oris Castle.
Mm-hmm.
We get Emu has appeared in ELBAPH, coughing up blood, huffing and puffing.
Took a lot out of him, huh? Pops his
Indeed.
wings out.
Pops his wings.
Flies straight out.
Wait, the next page is boom. The spoilers. No, you go back. The spoilers, bro.
What they say?
Instantly, Lunarian. Had us in a chokehold.
Because of the wings here?
The wings here, and then the next page, it's supposed to be depicted as a brown fellow with white hair.
Yeah, kind of the same. Like, if you were to picture a demonized king, I could see it. I could see it.
So it's either brown skin, or some people were saying it was red.
Okay. I kind of maybe even depicted, just because it's he has the devil's fruit. I maybe kind of depicted just like a gray, like, but I guess red or brown would be better. But I kind of was like, oh, what if he's just like a gray, like a. But yeah,
I think it's possible. Both of the Holy Knights freaking out. You mean in person? They know something of the ability. I wonder if they've ever seen Emo in
I'm
battle.
sure they have. In battle,
Or
probably not. In battle, because I mean, shoot, the greatest threat that we've known so far was rocks, and Emu didn't have to pop up in person for them, and obviously, Summers was around. Killing him wasn't. He's a newer Holy Knight, but they know it's him. So like, obviously, they know his. I mean, I guess safe to assume when they see him, they don't see him as the shadowy figure. This is how they see him.
yeah.
Man,
Thoughts on the design?
he's clean. Not what I expected. Not what I expected
Not at all.
Emu to look like. Definitely clean. I seen all of I avoided most of the spoilers. Obviously, pretty much by the end of the week, I knew we were going to get Emu's reveal. I stayed away from seeing what it looked like, though, or hearing any descriptions of it. So today was my first time actually seeing it. I did see a little, like, once I had seen this little glimpse of, like, this little corner, just the eye and the hair, but, like, I didn't even see the horns or anything. I just seen the eye, like, Emu's eye and hair. And the hair right by his eye. But I really like his design. I wonder size scaling, pause. That sounds crazy, but I just wonder how it is because obviously this is a pretty big house that, you know, it's a giant castle, and he's obviously squatting over. And I feel like just the way we've kind of been shown how small, even just to go back, some of these, like this block of ice, for instance, how small Gunko is in that. How small they look, you know, just compared to the size of everything. And like, yeah, technically in this last little thing, he's just a little dot. But I feel like he's still maybe like Gear 5 size, you know, on when he was riding Loki and stuff. Like
at least it's Reddit. What's the
Ratatosker?
Yeah, Ratatosker size.
Ratatasker. Yeah, but Power, the Devil's Fruit, one of the first 20. What do you think that first 20 means? Like first 20 people ever? First 20?
No, the people who brought the world together.
Yeah. The kingdoms.
Yeah. Hagoromo clouds. I mean, mythical zone, I assume. It says it. The power itself says it all, in my opinion. But also, the eyes in the clouds around him.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought that was cool. We don't get to see too much yet, but the symbol on his cape.
Yeah, right here.
It looks familiar. Oh, it might just be that Holy Knight symbol. I know there's like a couple variations on, but
he has like a staff, like spear type weapon.
Yeah, is that what's it called? Feet. Edward D. Newgate.
Why is it stuck? Newgate feet. It's a fucking Mihawk feet. He got a blade.
Oh god, bro, that's all over.
Mihawk upscale. You know that's what they're gonna say. He has a blade.
They're already saying it, bro. They're already saying it.
I just peeped. He has a little tail.
Yeah, the tail. That seems like the one that Sabo got stabbed by. I don't think it was an arrow. I think it might have been that tail.
Yeah.
And I think Sabo was the only person in the world, other than outside the world government, that's seen this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sabo upscale. Y'all not gonna downplay my boy, bro. Y'all not doing it. He trained with who?
Dragon, man. Come on now.
Come on.
World's highest bounty for a reason. Hey, I respect Sabo. I'm not with this Sabo slander.
Yeah.
I do feel like he is a little bit overhyped in the community. I feel like people need to simmer down, but he does deserve all his respect. I think a lot of his respect comes from like narration and how he's written in, like number 2 in the Revolutionary. Like we just have all these high expectations from him, which I do too. But some people that I feel like people try to scale Sabo with, I don't know if I'm 100% all the way bought in all the way, but Sabo is him nonetheless.
The Naruto fans, the Boruto fans found their way into trying to ruin it for One Piece.
What they say?
The karma mark, like esque. mark on Emu's hand, or is it just a tattoo? And then, oh great, they were saying the ring dies, just jacking, but the One Piece fandom stood up and said we had ring dies. Mihawk got revealed before Pain, so the Renegon did in Naruto, so that might be a Mihawk upscale.
Mihawk upscale.
He's the first person to have ring dies.
First anime character with ring eyes. Yeah.
Do you think the tat has something to do with anything, or it's just a tat?
I think it may have something to do with the devil fruit. I think his whole appearance just has something to do with the fruit as a whole. Just a lot of thoughts, because obviously the world knows the fruits to be devil fruits. This one's just called, it just says power, the devil's fruit. So it's like the first one. I know a lot of people have had that, even, once we first started getting a showcase of Emu's powers, even before this reveal. I know in the community, a lot of people have, said he has the power of the devil, or he has the first original devil fruit. It's interesting because we have seen multiple god fruits. Is there only one devil fruit? Like the devil's fruit?
I wonder if the Gorosei would be introduced
I was thinking that too. Are there mythical zones like branches of the devil fruits, and this is just the first, or the devil's fruit, but this is just the first one? Is this devil's fruit like able to produce their own type of fruits that they were able to give the Gorosei? Like, a lot of questions, a lot of theories that I'm sure are going to be sparked over the next few weeks. And one thing I noticed, I don't know, you being a spoilers person, but usually, even when we get a break week on the app, it'll say, like here, it'll say next chapter in 14 days, next chapter in 7 days. This is the first time I've noticed that it doesn't have any of that. Have you seen anything?
Ended break, maybe?
I think
it's break week for sure.
I know it's break week. I know they said that when last chapter came out. They said we're getting one more and then a break. But right now, at least from everything that I've been able to see, there is indefinite. I don't know if we have a confirmed. We're not confirmed for 2 weeks from now, because usually it would already say next chapter in 14 days. Even if we have a break week, it says it. Like, I usually check, it'll say 7 days or 14. And this is the first time where I haven't seen anything.
I wonder if there's a holiday or something coming up. Maybe we go 3 weeks, but the anime's back.
Yeah, anime's back. One of the seasons will probably be ending here. Like, this will probably be the last episode of one of the seasons, or the next, or not the next part, because we'll probably get this at the end of 2027, like this part of ELBAPH.
Just to touch on, I've been asking for the past couple of weeks. Do you think these are the 3 that we're supposed to meet, that would soon be meeting, that Oda was talking about?
Maybe. I'm just on the fence because, it's been a little bit since Loki's been introduced, but I still feel like the build up for the 3 meeting just seems a little bit bigger than what we've got from Loki so far, if that makes sense. Where I feel like it could involve, Luffy, Shanks, Blackbeard, like I said before, But then again, like, this is a pretty big freaking three that's meeting up right now. And, you know, Emu said himself 2 chapters ago, this battle is what's going to, you know, divide the world. You know, it's going to determine a lot in the fate of, well, the trajectory of the world. Emu, even on this last panel with a little bit of blood still running down his face, clearly he seems like he doesn't really seem affected by it. I don't know if, you know, this little pose on top of the castle is like a aura thing, or if he's still like getting his bearings from traveling or whatnot. Because it kind of looks like he's doing this, but it also kind of looks like he's just wore it out, like that little reveal pose. So it did make me think, you know, what toll this is. We already know he admitted when Harold died, his ability was taking a toll from, you know, being wiped out and stuff. We know a lot of all the Domi Reversi giants that were just getting defeated and stuff, that's it was all an extension of his power. So I don't know, maybe all of those Domi Reversis that was cast that eventually got defeated was taking a toll on him. His God's Knights, you know, using their covenant so much and being, you know, beat up the way they did. We don't know if that takes a toll on him. Or we don't know if even just him traveling through the Abyss Circle, like if that just him doing it directly, if that just affects him. But it did interest me. That little drop of blood shows a little bit of vulnerability that we've kind of been getting hinted at.
I think Emo risks it all here, man. I think it's to the end. I want to know the repercussions of what they were talking about. That's really what's on my mind now.
Yeah, definitely.
By the design.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I will say, just to wrap up my thoughts on this chapter and stuff, I do feel like Emu's appearance kind of increased the chances of Loki might not make it out of this, because it's hard for me to feel like Emu pops up and, you know, everyone still lives. You mentioned Gaban earlier. I would be more with Gaban dying than Loki right now. I honestly would. I feel like Loki's too important, but I do feel like someone is going to die here. I would hate for it to be one of the Straw Hats yet. I would hate for it to be Loki yet, because like I said, I feel like out of everybody on this island, Loki has the biggest role outside of Luffy in the final war right now. In the final war, not as a whole. I feel like as a whole, it's still probably, I mean, outside of Loki and Luffy, it's probably Robin. Like, as a whole, in importance in the future of, you know, the story. But in terms of like the final war, I feel like Loki is that person. But like I said, I feel like someone has to. I don't think you bring the big bad here and then everyone makes it off unscathed. Yeah. I would just hate for it to be Loki. I feel like Gaban it would make sense for if he made some sort of sacrifice. I love Gaban. I would hate to see it, but it would just make most sense. It would still be an impact to Luffy, I feel like. And even Loki, I do feel like, and it will hit us all, you know, as the viewer with a death, but it will make a little bit more sense to me than anyone else that we potentially, or that's here. Unless it's, you know, one of the giant pirates or something I could see. But I even feel like that's a little bit more minuscule than a Gaban or a Loki.
Yeah. I just have one more thing to wrap up. I just heard people talking about it. You touched on it a little bit earlier. Emu's forced to run away. And what if that boy Blackbeard is waiting on him to return?
Mm-hmm. Or waiting for the moment for him to leave to go try and take advantage of them not, Emu not being at the...
Everything that happened in the episode today, I was like, bro.
It was tying in. It's crazy.
It's gotta be, bro. There's no way he puts that out like that, bro. There's no way.
That's so crazy. We talked about... They directly talked about the revolutionary and how it's affecting Marijua. You know, we get Shanks and Blackbeard in both the episode and the chapter. Yeah, man, it was crazy just watching that and like reading this earlier and just seeing everything. Man, we are eating as a One Piece community.
No doubt.
I mean, manga's popping, anime is amazing, coming back looking crisp, and live action's doing very well in terms of reach and numbers. More and more every week, I'm seeing more and more updates about the One Piece remake. That's Wit Studio is doing. They're actively giving updates, and so that's a full, you know, that thing is going to be in full swing come soon. So, man, we definitely got a lot. We got a lot as One Piece fans, and
Look forward to it.
if you're not tapped into One Piece, what are we doing? I had one of a friend / creator hit me up earlier today and said him and his wife are like on episode 17 or 18 of it. They recently started, and I was like, yeah, man, like keep me posted throughout your journey, and you're in for a treat. And they've been loving it so far. I know a few people that I've directly influenced to start watching have been loving it so far. So yeah, One Piece, we back. Very excited. I'm gonna say for this chapter, I'm gonna give it an Admiral again. Besides the reveal, it wasn't like too much, I feel like, throughout the chapter that really pulled me in. The fact that I knew that the reveal was coming, and I'm sure just like everyone else, like that's kind of what we were waiting for, and that was the highlight of the whole chapter. But other than that, we didn't get too much, you know, just kind of setting the stage for what's about to go down. A little bit of, you know, just kind of updates and you know, here and there talks about where everyone's at after the fact and stuff. And then Emu makes his appearance. So that was definitely the highlight. Because honestly, if that didn't happen, it would be a Warlord for me. Like this chapter was great, but
yeah,
you know, similar to last chapter, Oda, great drawing, and great stage setting and stuff. Had some great talking points, you know, talked about Vivi, the little mystery behind why it's scaring or you know, frightening the Gorosei so much that Emu's leaving. All that was cool. Definitely good story points. But overall, besides that, the reveal was kind of the big thing, and it lived up to what I expected. I mean, Emu has a very clean character design. His devil fruit's interesting. His even his name. I mean, I feel like Nerona is gonna be a big name to look forward to moving forward once we start seeing the history of the past centuries and whatnot, which I'm sure we'll get maybe soon now that we get Emu's presence. So we might get a little, I mean, at least some of it, of backstory or something coming soon. So something to look forward to. But yeah, I'll give it an Admiral overall. What about you? Give me your thoughts, ratings, final thoughts.
I'm going Admiral as well. I love the stage setting, and the what's it called? The reveal, the big reveal. Finally, we got the emu, bro. Finally. The little silhouette is gone.
Yeah, it's funny because Oda puts so little into his silhouettes, but it makes for so like, because all the characters who have been silhouetted, who have a reveal, their reveal is very unique, and he does really well at just the broadness of all his characters and stuff. But like the specific silhouetted ones that we meet later, he never really disappoints with this one, and this one met the expectations.
Yeah, I still want to cop the plushie of the silhouette.
Oh yeah, plushie. The silhouette definitely clean. And I low-key, I mean, this could change depending on how much more of like this version of Emu we see, but like I think once it's all said and done, Emu in my head is just gonna be the silhouette.
That's real though.
But yeah, so you gave it an Admiral. Thoughts about like what made it an Admiral and not a Yonko? What made it a Admiral and not a Warlord for you?
I'll say the reveal is big. Like that's the real deciding factor to me. But there wasn't too much else going on. I did very much enjoy, the Gorosei talk and everything. The flashback. But I'm ready to see some boxing. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
Same here. I feel like past couple chapters we haven't gotten too much. Like things have really been simmering down on ELBAPH, and like I said last chapter, I think Oda's doing it on purpose, like building up. So now we're gonna get a lot of that, because even like I said, thus far for Luffy himself, we haven't seen him fight too much in ELBAPH so far. He's been in his Gear 5 form. He's had a few moves here and there that have been great, and I think will still be very well animated and stuff. But we haven't really seen really anybody have to turn up besides, well, in terms of the powerhouses, like for Zoro and Bunch, and then for so I really, most of them, it's been smooth sailing.
Yeah, the first round just ended quick for me.
Yeah, Brook and Usopp got beat up, but that was about it. Zoro's good, Sanji's good. They're all good. They're all chilling. And as we kind of been seeing and expected, like the God's Knights, they're not. Their strongest suit is their regeneration. They're not necessarily all these skilled fighters or skilled like we would imagine Shamrock to be. And maybe there's some other God's Knights that, have a better skill set of fight. I would hope so, because of course there has to be a final war. There has to be people that these people go toe to toe with. So
yeah. Also, I just want to add in, like, we're still left with more questions, so I just keep it at an hour.
Yeah,
not too much.
Too
much was answered. We even got now new questions.
Which I like that. Oda's always going to do that. He's going to leave us with something to think about. And the nerf of when Emu arrives, it's kind of, I don't know, underwhelming. You think like
a little bit, just a little bit, because I want to see Emu do his thing, but. Yeah, the nerf is kind of, it just makes me think,
Yeah, like you said, definitely leaves us with questions. Unsure about potential future of when we're getting another chapter, but got a lot to think and talk about moving forward.
I hope we get to see the rest of the world. How bad, go ahead.
That would be a good I feel like now would be. You've been asking for it for a little bit. I'm just like, oh, we're still in the middle. We're still in the middle, and yeah, we're still in the middle here. But I feel like this is a good bookmark to just take a whole chapter and update us. But I kind of wish like we got that and then a break week instead of a break week and then maybe coming back, and like when we come back from a break week still have to wonder what the hell is going on with Emu and stuff. But
yeah,
nonetheless, good chapter, man. Good chapter.
Yeah,
Always been cooking.
good chapter.
Just because we have them as admirals, like, don't think they're bad chapters or bad. Like, we love them.
No, definitely
it's just
not.
we can't give everything to Yonko. Then it's gonna water it down. Then Yonkos aren't gonna then it's gonna be like,
Yeah.
you thought this was a Yonko, but a couple chapters ago when Emu just got revealed, y'all thought that was a Yonko too? Nah, we can't do that. The Yonkos are saved for the peak or for something, even if it's not, it doesn't have to be boxing, but for something that's
sure.
like a crazy plot twist. This wasn't a plot twist. I mean, the title was named,
Literally.
Narona Emu descends. So we knew what to expect, and even a lot of the community before spoilers came out after last chapter was like, we might get an Emu reveal. I even thought that, even to myself, I seen a video and they were like, do y'all think Emu goes to ELBAPH or Emu goes somewhere else? And I was like, hold on. If Emu goes to ELBAPH, which I think he is, we should see Emu. And then sure enough, all the stuff was bubbling all week. And then read the chapter today, we see Emu. So I can't give it a Yonko, but nonetheless, it was a great chapter. Great episode. We knocked it out again. Y'all, I apologize for earlier. Stuff like that won't happen again. You can never know when the expected emergency pops up, but
co-host had to step up today.
I felt bad because before we talked and you was already see what I got.
Hey. Nah, it is what it is. I had notes.
I had my headphones in my hand, so sometimes I would just hear your voice going. I'm like, hey, he's still talking. That's good with me. I appreciate you for
yes, sir.
Then and locking in on my sudden absence.
All good, bro. That's what I'm here for.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It would have been rough if I was trying to do this dolo, and I'm like, I got my own podcast dolo, and then I have to step away. But that appreciate that. That's what we doing this as a team for. But
yes, sir.
Appreciate y'all who stayed with us live, or if y'all are catching with us on the VOD, coming back, checking in periodically. If y'all are catching us on the live audio platforms as well, we appreciate y'all everywhere so much. Leave a like on the video. Come check us out on YouTube if y'all want to catch the visual side of things. And check us out on social media. We have a lot of shorts in circulation. Got a lot more coming. Been busy on my end, so it's been hard to edit them and get them out. But tomorrow, I think I got a lot of time where I'm going to lock in and try and get a bunch edited and stuff. Start getting those rolled out again. So tap in with us on social media so y'all can have a little bit more engagement and interaction with the community. And we appreciate y'all so much. This was episode 23 of the Poneglyph Podcast. 23 episodes in, man.
Yes, sir.
Where we decode the world of anime and One Piece, one Poneglyph at a time. What were we about to say?
Not almost to another
milestone.
Yeah,
25. Quarter of 100. But
yes, sir.
Yes, we appreciate y'all so much. I'm your host, Jay, aka Mukiway Jay, here with my co-host, my brother Ja, as always.
Sir. So pleased to have me.
Yup. Once again, happy Easter to all, and we appreciate y'all rocking with us and spending a little bit of time with us. Much love to y'all, and hey, One Piece is back. Expect some heat moving forward from us and from, the community.
Definitely.
But without further ado, we'll catch y'all on the next episode. We'll be here next week.
Yes,
PNG
sir.
Boys, Poneglyph Podcast. We are out. Y'all be good. Y'all be safe.
Safety. Happy Easter.
If you not feeling it, be honest. I'm dashing in the coupe and going Sonic speed. I gave you my all, tell me what else you need. I'm not ready for your love, but feel you rushing me. And my cup is running low, need you to fill it, please. I remember all those times it was a simple thing. Now I'm here all alone, reminiscing about what we could've been, I'm on the road, drinking, driving, swerving, I won't crash out. Got 12 on my ass down, still would chase the bag down. Hit the throttle, spaz out. These niggas crashing out, they living but they lashing out. Ain't chasing paper now.
Whoa, I can't crash out.